So the S3 one is just an example. You understand? Like it's just I just wanted to show you guys that because starting the project, we're not going to I didn't want to just start you guys on GitHub just right away. So I kind of want to just show you guys how to do the deployment, and then we'll proceed to like GitHub. So that's why I did it that way. But
Okay.
the GitHub using GitHub would be the right way.
The main way. Yeah. I was
Mhm.
thinking, but I said, let me ask first,
Yeah,
And yeah. Okay. Thank you.
no problem. Hi everyone on YouTube. Sorry, I was running late. How are you guys doing? Please let me know if you guys can hear me. Just type yes so I know you guys can hear me. All right. So today it shouldn't probably take the entire time because you guys will like today's topic is it's pretty much a continuation of the Docker ECS project. So a lot of the stuff we've already done in the Docker project. So today is more of just creating our our EKS cluster and just learning the Kubernetes part of it. So it's not um yeah, so it shouldn't. I hate um I hate not like scrambling at the last minute like this because then it makes me feel unprepared. But how was your guys' holiday? I hope you guys haven't forgot everything. How was your 1 week off? So it's been 2 weeks since I heard from you guys. How was your Thanksgiving and holiday?
Not bad at all.
Okay, cool. Good.
Good.
Oh, so
All right. Um, okay, perfect. Good morning, Juliet. Good morning, Abdul. Chaga, good morning. Onwa, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so to start, kind of like, well, the first thing I wanted to start with is I have I did like a quick research on it, and AWS has a for the domain name, those that don't have a domain name. So I did register like 7 domain name in my AWS account that I can send. I found that it's actually very easy to register the domain name and send it to someone. So for those that don't have a domain name, I registered 7 domain. If you are one of those people, I can send one of it to you. So you'll be responsible for that domain name. I've already paid for it, so it would you'll have it for a year. But after a year, if you want to renew it, then you can renew it. But for the first year, you'll have it till pretty much December, the same day next year, December next year to use it. So I have 7. all I need from you if you are interested is I just need your account ID. That's it. Um, I mean, it didn't say that. I mean, I have a free AWS account too, because AWS is pay as you go. I have a free account, so I don't think it should affect anything. So, but all I need is your account ID, and I'll send you the domain name. So maybe we can do it after class today, or yeah. I was hoping to join at 10:30 and do it, and that would be the first thing I did. But since I'm running late, we can just do it after class. That's fine. You guys just please bear with me. There's one more thing I'm doing. Does anyone have any question in the meantime? But in the meantime, you guys just open your project agenda and sign into AWS account and all that stuff. Um, and
Azeez,
yes,
yeah, please, do you mind sending the agenda to me? I didn't receive it. I don't know what's going on, but
I'm sure your name is part of my thing. Hold on, let me check. Just give me a second.
I have a question relating to the previous project, but maybe it's what we can do later or
What's the question?
my ECS is not, it doesn't create the instance. I've tried to troubleshoot it several times.
Yeah,
So
so yeah, it will be something we will do at a different time. Maybe if we have time at the end of the day. All right. You guys just give me a second. Okay, there's one more thing I was trying to change. Uh, how you can learn how to draw a reference architecture. It's pretty easy. So if you want to, let me just even share my screen and we can start. The first I want to check whether your name, I'm sure your name should be part of this thing, KOV. I'm pretty sure. Because I ended up just uh, creating a contact and I added everyone's name there. Because I know the last person that wasn't getting it was Daniel. But I don't think we have that issue because I ended up adding Daniel's name.
I received the first three, but I don't know
If
what.
you receive the first three, you should I just sent it yesterday. Did you check your email? Because I just sent it yesterday.
Yes,
Like
I
I
did.
sent it in the morning.
Maybe you can check your spam or
Spam.
junk, check any, because yes, I saw mine today. I was expecting it yesterday, but I got it today. So you can check
Yeah,
that
maybe
as
some
well.
of because I do like a bash thing. Yeah, your name is here.
Okay.
I'm not
Do
sure why.
do you mind check if my email is correct? I sent you the email on the chat if you can.
Your email is okay. You sent John. Let me not say though. Send me the email. What email do you want me to check?
Oh, I sent it to you. Like, yeah, if it's the same
Yeah.
thing. Okay.
Oh no, I don't see it here. You didn't send me your email.
Okay, I'll put it
I
in.
don't see it. In your message. I don't see your email in there.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat. Gmail.com. Here you go.
Yeah, that's the email I have.
Okay, well, what's going on? Okay.
Okay, it might be on my end. I'll check once I'm.
Okay.
I'll check once I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Let me just clear some stuff here, and we are going to start. So I'm starting a little bit because I'm feeling like we shouldn't probably use the entire day today. So let me just close some stuff, log into my console, and we will start. Just console. All right. Project 4 agenda, and also I don't know. Project 4 details. All right, and I'm going to open the agenda. All right, let me share my screen. Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. All right, cool. All right, let's start. So today we are working on the Kubernetes project, and it is pretty much a continuation of the Docker ECS project. So with Kubernetes is container orchestration. I'll show you guys how to pretty much deploy the same application we've been working on Kubernetes. So a lot of the stuff, which is why I said for the projects, the best way is you must complete the other projects before you start this project, because pretty much everything we've been doing is like a build up to this project. So everything is building on top of each other. So you must complete the other project to start this one. And you'll see today a lot where what we will be doing will be pretty much a continuation of last week. All right. So where we are going to start is let me show you the reference architecture. So this is the reference architecture. You can see if you compare it to the ECS project, you'll see that it's pretty much identical. The only difference is in this reference architecture, we will be using a network load balancer. At least the way we are going to set up our Kubernetes
You will not
infrastructure.
share your screen, that's it.
I haven't shared my screen.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I can see it, Azeez.
Yeah,
I can see your screen too.
I can see
Yeah,
your
but I
screen.
can see Azeez's screen, oh.
Oh,
Okay.
sincerely?
Yeah,
Yes.
he's sharing the reference architecture. If you are seeing that, then that is his screen. He's sharing the drawing, that architecture.
I don't see that. I just see the
Yeah, you might have to probably drop and jump back. I don't know. But
okay.
I'm sharing. I'm sharing.
Okay. All right, let me go.
Okay. Let me just add him back as he joins. Okay, I'll put this here. All right. Like I was saying, we would be using a network load balancer. The way our Kubernetes Susan, you should have received. I'm not sure if your name is in the if your name is on my class list. You should because I only send it to people that that their name is on the list. So I've kind of like an attendance thing. You should have, if your name is there, then you should have received it. But I'll send it. I'll send the link here. Just give me a second. Let me just even do it now. Well, let me just explain this real quick, and I'll send it to you. So yes, we'll be using a network load balancer, and here we have our Kubernetes EKS cluster, right? In the cluster, we have a node, and you guys will just cover what that is. We have a node, and in the node, we have pods. In the pod is where the application is hosted on Kubernetes, right? So we will cover that. And by all means, guys, I wanted to like do like a Kubernetes project just to show you guys how to deploy the application. So I'm not like an expert at Kubernetes. Even in since I've been working, I haven't had any project where we use Kubernetes, but I'll be able to teach you all the stuff I know about it. Then you can take it and run with it and learn as much other stuff as you can learn if Kubernetes is the area you want to go for. So, but I'll show you everything I know. So yeah, so we have our cluster, right? In the cluster, we have a node. In the node, we have a pod. In the pod, that's where the application is hosted, and you guys will see that. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Other than that, everything else is the same as last week, and pretty much the other projects we've been doing. Let me clear my screen. Let me close this, and I'm going to send project 4 details. Share, copy link. So Susan, this is the link. All right. All right. So
will you believe that's why the file still joined back? I didn't see your link, but I'm seeing some names.
all right, let me stop sharing and I'll share again. So just a
I
second.
think it's on a different tab. You know, Zoom has 2 tabs now, the meeting tabs and the screen sharing tab.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Mr. Harry, you have to check whether you have multiple tabs.
Oh, okay. I just see the screen right now. Just came
Okay.
up.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. All right. So we're about to start now, right? So just like a quick reminder, if you guys have any question, there will be anything I do. Once we are done creating it, there will be like an opportunity to ask question. So it's only for when you guys watch the playback, so that way it will be easy to watch the playback. So just a quick reminder. And so yeah, let's start. All right. So where we left off, we've already built our VPC and everything. So we should have our VPC components ready. I just explained the reference architecture, right? And the difference between, at least in my own little knowledge, is the difference between ACS and EKS is EKS is more of like an orchestration tool. So when we deployed on ECS, we are still deploying our containers and Docker image. But the way Kubernetes come in play is, let's say we only just doing one application at a time and we're only deploying one container now. That's why everything seems simple. But think of maybe when you're working for a company that has 1,000 containers, right? It won't be ideal to do the 1,000 containers on ECS. Let's say the 1,000 containers has like different configuration you have to configure on them. Then does that mean you're going to go and create 1,000 service in your ECS cluster, right? To make the whole deployment of the containers much more easier. That's where Kubernetes come in play, where you can easily use Kubernetes to spin up all your containers. They can be the same application, they can be different applications. So it's pretty much a container orchestration too. I mean, in my own little knowledge, that's how I understand it. But you guys can feel free to read more on it. I did include the information here on what EKS is. EKS, we will be deploying on EKS. The Kubernetes project is deployed on EKS. EKS is AWS managed Kubernetes service. So it is Elastic Kubernetes service. So that means with EKS, because you guys know, if you are deploying on Kubernetes itself, like Kubernetes as like the open source software, there are a lot of, it's the same components we will be deploying, but with Kubernetes open source, you will have to deploy pretty much everything by yourself. Like the things we will see, the components of our EKS cluster, like the cluster, the control plane, the worker node, the pod, you would have to deploy all the other stuff by yourself. But if you are using EKS, which is Amazon's Elastic Kubernetes service, AWS handles a lot of the work for you in terms of for example, when you create a cluster, you won't have to worry about configuring your control plane and your worker node. AWS automatically configures everything for you. So which is why it is much efficient. I think it's much reliable to just use EKS and let AWS handle a lot of the backend stuff for you. So you can just more focus on deploying your application. So that is that. Does anyone have any question before we start? All right. So we already have our EC2 instance connect endpoint, which is what we will use to, it is right here. This is what we will use to SSH into the server in the private subnet. Here in this project, we still need to migrate our data into the RDS. So we will just use this endpoint to SSH into that migration server we've been using to migrate our data. Okay. So we have the EC2 instance endpoint. We removed the NAT gateway from the last project. So all we need to do is add the NAT gateway back. So here, I'm just going to add the NAT gateway back in my VPC. So I'll go to VPC. And in my VPC, I'm just going to filter here by my VPC. I'm going to select NAT Gateway, and I'm going to click Create NAT Gateway. Let me open the naming convention file. So the NAT Gateway is going to be called dev NAT Gateway. So I'm going to copy that and paste it here. Dev NAT Gateway is the one. It is going to be, we're just going to, this is new, AWS just add this. So availability mode, we will leave it on regional. And here we'll select our VPC. And look at it, guys. AWS literally just had this update like in the week. Remember when we were creating our Elastic IP, we had to allocate it ourselves. So now AWS actually automatically allocates the Elastic IP for you. And I think when you delete the NAT gateway, it would automatically release it as well. So that way you don't have to keep going back and forth to release it yourself. They just literally add this within a week or two. So now under connectivity, public, method of Elastic IP allocation, we were going to select automatic, and that's all we need to do. And click Create NAT Gateway. It is creating the NAT Gateway. We'll give it time to create it. And I'm sorry, Anthony, try joining again. Did you try joining and you were just waiting in the thing? Oh, okay, sorry. I read just after because of family matters. When you have a moment after class, could you please check my Slack message? Okay. Okay, Anthony, I'll check. Thank you. Hope your family is doing well. But I'll check your message and I'll get back to you. All right. So I'm just going to wait for the NAT gateway to be deployed. Then we would update our routes table so that our private resources can have access to the internet. Just give it a minute. And refresh here and see. Yeah, still creating it. Just give it a second. Give it a second. Still pending. But does anyone have any questions so far? Okay.
Yes. You said we are using the network load balancer with this Kubernetes. So why the ALB is not used here?
I have to check for you, but with Kubernetes, I believe that when I was with the way we are going to deploy, with the way the deployment works and how I'm sure there's probably more of like a better explanation for it, but it is pretty much a network load balancer works with how the deployment works, the Kubernetes deployment works, not a application load balancer. And you know what I think it is? It is the way the traffic is. When we get to the network load balancer, you'll see it. Kubernetes, a network load balancer has like the traffic type, because you know application load balancer can only send traffic on HTTP and HTTPS. But a network load balancer is much more sophisticated. It can handle like TLS traffic, which is what Kubernetes, the EKS deployment use. So I believe that's why we have to use a network load balancer. So it pretty much still works the same way. It pretty much still works the same way, but it works the same way as our deployment, the way we were able to deploy stuff before. But I believe it's just because of the type of traffic type that we will be using. So that's the difference. But once we get there, I'll explain, and we can probably do more research on it. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm assuming, just to piggyback off of that, I'm assuming it has to do with the like my question was why it's using a network load balancer, but then I just realized that when you explained what Kubernetes is, the cluster, node, and pod, that sounds more like a network infrastructure. So is that the reason why it's using network load balance? I mean, well, yeah, network load balancer instead. It's gonna be creating that that the Kubernetes formation that you were just mentioning. Or is there a specific reason why? That's kind of my question.
I think it's just the type of traffic. The Kubernetes traffic, I think it's because of it works on a different it works on a different way that is different from like HTTP and HTTPS. So that's why we have to use a network load balancer, because network load balancer works on different, much higher type of traffic. So it's like a smarter traffic control. You can use TLS, which is the one we are using for Kubernetes. So that's what that's working on. Yeah.
Can network load balancer handle HTTP and HTTPS traffic as well?
Yes, but not HTTPS and HTTPS, not HTTP and HTTPS direct. It would be it would be the same type of behavior, but in form of TLS. It's like TLS is the same way, but it's just not HTTP and HTTPS. But the same way we've been deploying our application is going to be the same thing. You guys will see it. And I can do more research on it and give you guys like a really good answer. Right. So okay. So next I'm going to pretty much add my update my route table. So here I come to route table, and we're going to select our private route table. And I'm just going to select it here. You can see here, I'm going to edit it. Here I'll select NAT Gateway. So I'm just going to remove it, and I'll just click add route. I'm going to, destination is going to be anywhere on the internet. It's going to be NAT Gateway, and here I'm going to select my new NAT Gateway and click Save Changes. And everything should be active. We are done with updating our NAT Gateway. Next, we will create our security group. We're only going to create 2 security groups. The first security group is the security group that we will use to migrate our data into the RDS database, and the second security group will be the RDS security group. The same thing we've done in the past project. The other security group we will need is probably the security group for the EKS cluster and the security group for the application load balancer. Not application, the pretty much load balancer, the network load balancer. But when we create our cluster, EKS would automatically create the security groups for those services. So EKS will handle the creation of those security groups. So we don't have to create them. So that's one thing I want you guys to understand. So that's why we are only creating 2 security groups for now. And the rest of the security groups we need for the cluster and the load balancer, EKS will automatically create them. All right. So we'll go to our VPC. We are going to create our first security group. So here I'm going to scroll down to security groups here. Going to click create security group and give it a name. So this is going to be our data migrate server security group. I'm going to copy that name here and paste it here. I'll use the same name for the description. And for the VPC, I'm going to select my VPC. Then I'm going to add a rule. For our data migrate, remember, we are going to open SSH on port 22, and that is going to allow our EC2 Instance Connect Endpoint Security Group. Remember, our EC2 Instance Connect Endpoint Security Group is there from our last project. So that's what we have here. This is our data migrate server security group. It is going to allow SSH on port 22 from our EC2 Instance Connect Endpoint Security Group. The outbound is going to be the same, and we are going to click create security group. Same thing as what we did last project. Then we are going to create the next security group. The security group is going to be for the RDS database for 3306, and it is going to allow the migration server, because that's how we will be able to connect to it and migrate our data. So I'm going to click security groups here, create security group. We'll give it a name. We'll call it this. So I'm going to copy that name and paste it here. DevNest DB security group, and I will do the same thing here, paste it here. Then I will select the VPC, and under inbound rule, we are going to click add rule, and it is going to be MySQL and Aurora, which is on 3306, and the source is going to be our database migration server security group, the DMS security group. And that is all we need to do for now. Outbound traffic is going to be default, and we'll click create security group. Those are the two security groups we need to create. The rest, EKS would automatically create them. Does anyone have any question so far?
Yes. So usually for Kubernetes, it's just limited to 2 security groups as compared with the dynamic website.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's just limited to 2 security groups for now.
That's on our end, though, right? Like on our end of the configuration, because
Yes,
EKS
exactly.
is gonna
On our
configure them.
end. Yeah, on our end
Gotcha.
of the configuration, we only just need 2 security groups.
And quick question, just we go over for that. So I'm assuming the one that EKS configures for you is going to be proprietary to like what, like the network a little bit, the network traffic it expects to receive, right? The one that it eventually
Yes, yeah. So whatever Kubernetes configures for us, it would pretty much open whatever necessary ports it needs to open so your traffic can get through to your port.
Is it
Yeah.
important to know those eventually? Like when we go back and take a, like, will we be able to see it, the configuration?
Yes, you will see it. So anything Kubernetes create will be in your AWS account. You will see it there. It will show up under the security group section in our VPC. Whatever security group EKS ends up creating, you'll see it here. Because we wouldn't, once that security groups gets created, we will still need to come back to it because we will need to add it to we would need to modify our RDS security group to allow that security group, because that's the only way the pod will connect to our RDS. You understand? So here, let me show you on the reference architecture.
A database.
So we have our That's my thing not working. Okay. We have our database here, and we have our pod here. This is where our application is in this pod. So when EKS cluster, we create the cluster, it's going to create the security group, right? Let's just say the security group is in our VPC, it's somewhere in our VPC here. So once we have that security group, we have to now go to this RDS security group we create and open port 3306 to allow the security group. So that's the only way. Now the application, our application that will host in this pod will be connecting to the RDS. So that's how this connection will be made.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just asking so that in case we should know if I should like notate like once it's created, the EKS creates that configuration. Then if I should notate the protocols that it actually
Yeah,
put
you'll
as
see,
far as.
yeah, and I don't know exactly what
Mhm.
port it would open, but yes, you'll see the security group there, and you'll see all the whatever ports it opened
Okay,
and
that's fine.
whatever's
I just
traffic.
wanted to see, make sure if I should put it down as when we cross that path, as far as is this something they may potentially ask as a question on the interview or something like that.
No, they're not going to ask you
Okay,
all that stuff on the interview.
gotcha.
No, it's just something you should know. No. I mean, if someone asks you, you can just say like, yeah, EKS handles the creating the security group, but I don't think it's not like anything serious. All right,
Thank you.
no problem. So we're done with the security group. Now we just need to set up our RDS. So same thing as how we created our RDS before. We would create our subnet group and all that stuff. So we'll create a subnet group, then we'll launch the RDS instance, then we would add the credentials to Secret Manager. So let's come here and we will we type RDS here. Select Aurora RDS. And we are going to first create a subnet group, but I think I should already have a subnet group from last class. So you can see I have a subnet group. Your subnet group, you guys know, subnet group is nothing more than you just telling RDS that these are the subnets I want to allocate for my database, right? If you click create subnet group here, you just need to enter the name, description, word VPC, and here is where you select the subnet. So it'll be your data subnet in the availability zone A and availability zone B, and you click create. So that's how you will get your subnet group. So you can see it here. And that's my subnet details and the subnets that I've choose to allocate for my database, right? The subnet that I'm using for my database is my private app data EZ1 and private app data EZ2. Same thing we've done before. So
You said private app or private data?
oh, I'm sorry. Private data
Okay.
data EZ1 and private data EZ2. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, those are the ones we're allocating for our RDS. Then once you have your database subnet, and the thing about your subnet group is if you don't create one, AWS will automatically create one for you anyway. So it's not really that important. It's just like if you just want to specify this is the subnet that I want to use, then this is how you do it. But you still have an opportunity to do that when you are creating the RDS. So we'll come to our database here. We are going to click create database. It is going to be full configuration. The engine we are using for our application is MySQL. We'll select MySQL here. We'll use the MySQL community. The engine version here, you can use the latest one, which is this one. And you can use the latest one. And we are going to scroll down here. Under templates, just use the free tier one. So when you use the free tier, you will only be able to create just one instance. And just a second. you only be able to create one instance, which is fine. And under database identifier, let's use the name we've been using for it. We'll call it dev nest DB. So I'll copy that name there, and I'm going to paste it here. And under credentials, we'll leave this as default. And we are just going to click auto generate password here. AWS will generate the password. We'll see the password at the end. And scroll down. Under instance configuration here, we can include the previous generation. And here, we only just need to use this DBT3 micro. That's the smallest one we can find here. And storage, we'll leave all this stuff as default. Connectivity, we'll leave it as default, but here you have an opportunity to select your VPC. So here you select your dev VPC, and my subnet group is already selected here for me. And if you didn't select one, AWS will just randomly select any of your subnets. So since you have like 4 subnets for the private subnet, AWS can probably put it in one of the private subnets, which is fine. It will work. It will still work. But if you just want to specify your own subnet, you have to create your subnet group. And you can see the subnet group here. Under public access, it is going to be no. VPC, security group, firewall. We are going to choose an existing security group. I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to select the database security group. Then I'm just going to click out here. Availability zone preference. If you want to select which availability zone you want to deploy it, you can select either USS 1A or USS 1B. So I'm just going to select USS 1A and scroll down here. And the only other thing we need to do is here, we need to click not this one. So everything says the same, but under additional configuration here, there's 3306, which is the port we want. So we'll just scroll down here. The one we want is this additional configuration, this one. Select this one. Here is where we are going to give our database a name. So the database we want to use, we'll give it a name. So here, we'll call it application DB. Copy this and paste it here. Then we are going to scroll down. So everything else stays the same. Just scroll all the way down and click create database. So it is now creating the database. Once we are done, once it has created the database, we can get the credentials for a database. We will store it in Secret Manager and along with your personal access token. So the personal access token we created last week, I mean, you should have saved it somewhere. We'll use it, we'll store it in Secret Manager as well. And if you only have access to your personal access token once, if you don't have it, you can just delete the one you have there and create a new one. But yeah, so the next thing we'll do once this RDS is created, we'll take the credential and store it in Secret Manager. Go ahead, Mr. Larry.
Yeah, please, what is the difference between the database name and database identifier?
The database name, the identifier is what you are seeing here. So that's the name that will be given to the RDS instance itself. So you're seeing here, this is the instance identifier. So think of the instance identifier as the name you give the EC2 instance.
Okay.
Because this RDS could be an EC2 instance. We don't know. It's AWS that's managing it, right? So that is the name you give to the instance itself. The database name is the MySQL database that once we create this EC2 instance, in this EC2 instance, we are now hosting a database in it. the database we are hosting in it, the application DB, that's the name for that database. Because you know, in this instance, you can host as many databases in it, right? So
Alright.
one of the database we are hosting, we are calling it application DB. So that's the difference.
So we can host as many as database in this NAT DB.
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like the name that's at the bot, like that's living in the data, private data app. Basically that section, right? Where
Yes.
that's
So the
storing this database.
yeah. So
Basically,
what if this name is the name that is given to the instance you are seeing here?
So this is just like a bucket, like S3 bucket where like a folder. Like
I wouldn't call it that. It's just think of it as an EC2, right? An
okay.
EC2, you create an EC2, you give that EC2 a name, then you go on, you SSH into that EC2 and you do something in it. So whatever we are doing in it, that's what, in this case, in the case of the RDS, we are hosting a database in it. So whatever database we host in it, we call it application DB.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So the instance itself, whatever you see, that is the
makes sense.
name that you have to give that a name. Then whatever you are doing in it, that's also the name for the database. So it's like yeah. So that's why
Makes
if
sense.
you notice here, that's why they called it instance identifier, right? So that
That
is
makes sense.
why that's why the name that is why the name is instance identifier. So DB identifier. So that is the database itself. You can see the instance you are seeing, that's the name. Then whatever you do in that instance, you can call it any name you want. So that's that. All right. So I think our credentials is ready. So I can click view here and the credentials is here. So what I'm going to do is first, I'm just going to close this for now. And I'm going to right click here and open a new tab. Then in that tab, I'm going to go to Secrets Manager. Secrets Manager. And I'm going to click Store a New Secret. The credential is going to be for RDS database. So I just need to enter the credentials here to prove that I have access to it. So I'm going to view my connection details again. The master name is admin. The master name is admin. I'm going to copy it and paste it here. And the password is here. I'm going to copy it and paste it here. Once you do that, you should see the RDS here. So this is the RDS. I'm going to select it here. Click next. And here I'm going to give it a name. So the name is going to be Dev Nest Secret. So I'll copy this name and paste it here. And here we can give it a description if you want. Is optional. I'm not going to give it a description. Then I'll click next here. If you want to rotate the credentials, this is where you will enable it, but we are not going to rotate it. We'll just leave it as that. Click next. And here, click store. It has now stored it. If you click view details, it will take you into it. You can see this is the secret. If you go to the overview tab and retrieve secrets, you are going to see the credentials for the RDS. So here we have the admin password and stuff like that, username, password, engine, host, right? The only other thing we need to do is also add our personal access token to it, because created the personal access token the last time, right? So we just need to add it to it, right? So remember how you add it is the same way we did for project 3 is, let me show you guys. There's a file I gave you guys for project 3 that makes it easy to add it, right? So the file looks like this, right? So you have your personal access token in this format, right? So this is my new personal access token. I'm just going to copy it. So whatever that file I gave you guys, you just replace this. Then we are going to copy this thing. And here, we are going to click edit, but you can't add it here. So you have to do it as a plain text. And that's where you see this format. You can see the format is just in JSON. It's pretty much the key and the value, key value. Then the only thing that's separating them is the comma. So here, I just need to put a comma here and paste the other one that I copied and paste it there. So you can see my personal access token and the value. Then if I click save, just to verify, you'll see it here. It should line up with everything else. So that is how we do that part. And now we can close this. The RDS is available and we are done with this part. So all the stuff I've been showing you guys so far are things we've already done before. These are, at this stage, these are things you guys should already know. But I'm just going slowly, carefully, just to review it with you guys again. Because a lot of you guys have completed your assignment. So I know at this point you understand a lot of this stuff. All right. But does anyone have any questions so far before we move on?
Yeah, so just a quick refresher. What was the purpose of their personal access token again?
It allows us to download some anything that is in a private GitHub repository.
Okay, so it's for GitHub. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So the next thing we need to do is migrate our data into the RDS database. So before we do that, I'm just going to first prepare my script. So here, the script for migrating our data is in project 3. So we can just open it, right? So this is the script that we use to migrate our data in project 3. So before I migrate, I just need to update certain things here. So my SQL file is still in the same location. The only thing I need to update here is my RDS credentials. So here, I'm going to go to Secrets Manager. I'm going to copy the endpoint and I'm going to open this. Let me just close this because I'm going to open this and I'm going to paste my endpoint here. Then I'm going to make sure, I already know my database name is application DB. You can see it here, but just to show you guys, I'll copy it and I'll paste it here. RDS username is admin. So you can see here, username admin. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste it here. The flyway version we want to use, you can leave it on this version. I think this version should still work. Then the secrets manager name, this where our secret is stored, the secrets manager name here. This is what I called it. So I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to paste it here. Just format it properly. And the region I'm using for my project is Northern Virginia, US East 1. You guys can see it here. And that is what we have here, US East 1. So once you've done that, save your file. And now we are just going to go straight to launching our EC2 instance. So we are just going to go to the AWS console and select EC2 and instances. I'm going to launch my EC2 instance, and here I'll give it a name. We can call it data migrate, DB migrate. So that's the data migrate. So copy that. I'm going to paste it here. And the image is going to be Amazon Linux 2023. Description is the same. Instance type, it is going to be T2 micro. Key pair, we are going to proceed without the key pair. Under network settings, we are going to click edit here. We'll select our VPC and we'll select our subnet. So we can select the dev private app subnet is the one, or any of your private subnet will be fine. I'll scroll down here. Under security group, we are going to choose an existing security group. Then we'll select our data migrate server security groups, the DMS one. And here we are just going to scroll down. Under advanced details, I'm going to select the IAM role. And the role we've been using that we created this since project one is the dev role, S3, and secret manager. So this role will allow the EC2 instance to download the SQL file from our S3 bucket. And it really, if I want to just not having to SSH into it, for time's sake, I'm not going to SSH into it. I'm just going to come down here, and in the user data, there's my script that I just prepared. I'm going to select everything here, Control A, and I'm going to copy. So I'm copying the entire script, and I'm going to paste it here. You can see it there. Once you paste it, I'm going to just click Launch Instance. So what that script would do is it would run pretty much all that command for me when the EC2 instance is spinning up, and just handle the migration part. So that way I don't have to physically SSH into it manually to run that part. So now once the EC2 instance is up and running, it should pretty much run the command to migrate the SQL into the RDS database. We'll know if that worked when we try to access our application in the end. Because when I was testing it, it didn't work because my security group was wrong. So I had to troubleshoot and run it manually, but we'll see at the end once we try to access our application. But pretty much that is how everything we are doing so far is things you guys already know how to do. All right, but does anyone have any questions so far?
Good. Good question with the flyweight. Does it matter the version? Because I know working on it in the past, there were like newer versions available and stuff like that. So
No,
even
it
I
doesn't.
use like
It
it
does
doesn't matter, right?
not matter. No.
All right.
Yeah, it does not matter. You can pretty much use you can use any version you want, but we left it on this version because we've used it in the past and that version works. So we just left it on that. All right. So that part is done, migrating our data. So the next part is verifying your credentials. Remember, we already created an IAM user for the project in our account. In the last project, let me show you. IAM. And under users, we created this cloud project. This project is where we configure the access key and secret access key on our computer, right? So that is this one. We just need to confirm we have access to AWS account. So here, if you open your terminal on Windows, you open PowerShell. On Mac, you will open your Mac terminal. And if you type AWS S3 LS, press enter, right? This is a CLI command to list all the buckets in our account. So if you run this command and you are able to list the buckets in your account, that means you've configured it. But this is what we did in the last project. So you guys should already have it configured already. So, but I still included it here just to still show you guys the steps that if you were configuring working on a Kubernetes project, these are still things you would have to do. But we already did that in the last project. So we don't have to waste time to do, pretty much configure it again. So that's that here. And the next part is setting up your SSH key to be able to clone a GitHub repository. We already did that in the last class. We set up everything. We can clone our repository. As a matter of fact, the same repository we used in the last project is the same repository we are going to use for this project. And I'll show you guys shortly. But this, I just still include it here. So that way, when you are working on a Kubernetes project, you know, okay, these are all the things you still need to do. But since we've done it in the ECS project, we don't have to create a, and for the repository, since this is all your cloud project, I want you guys to organize all your cloud projects in one repository. So that's what I'm showing you guys here. So far, do you guys have any question? All right, perfect. All right. So the next
Yeah,
thing,
sorry, Azeez.
go ahead.
Not really a question, but I want to contribute that it's always also good to test test the codes before you add to the user data, because sometimes if the only way that you get to find out if it's working is well after you have done everything and you are launching the website, you are like opening the website. If something is wrong, that would be far too late. So it's always good to test it if everything is okay before you add it to the user data.
Yeah, correct. That is true. Right. So yes, you're right. So it's better to test your code, right? But you guys know that is the same script we've been using from project 1. So no, project 2. So we've already tested it on our end, right? The only thing I need to do here is the only thing I did is I changed some of the credentials because my RDS credential changed since I launched a new RDS instance. So that's the only thing I updated on it. So, but I agreed. And if it was the first time you're using the script, you should test it manually first. But because I've used that script over and over and over again, I know that script works. So that's why I end up pretty much just feel more confident to just use the user data. But in case if there's any issue, we will know once we get to that migrating thing. So it's just for time. When we're accessing our application, we will know. But just for time's sake, that's why I end up just using that user data.
So as far as testing it manually, do you mean going through via the EC2 Instant Connect and actually running the script?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Running the command one at a time once you SSH into your EC2 instance. Yes. All right. So now we are getting to the EKS part. So you guys can see everything we did so far. It's just like the foundational stuff. So now we are getting to like the EKS part, right? So what I want you guys to do is for the EKS project, we are going to open that repository we created. Remember, we have our AWS project repository. In that repository so far now, we have just our Docker project. And on that Docker, we have the Nest app. This is the last project we worked on. So you guys can see it here, right? What I want you guys to do is in that same AWS repository, right click here. And so even while I call this Docker, I'm just going to rename this. I'm just going to call it just lowercase d. So in that same repository, just click here, right click, and click add new folder here, right? Make sure you are not clicking on the Docker thing, because if you click on the Docker thing and you now right click, it's going to create a folder in the Docker space. So just click out and click here. You'll see this blue line here around it. Then right click here, click new folder, and call that folder EKS. Then press enter. Then in that EKS folder, on that EKS folder, you can right click again on it and click new folder. Make sure you right click on the EKS and click new folder. And then in that for the name, call it Nest app. So that is the name of this application, right? So just like the Docker, we have Docker Nest app project. For the EKS project, we have EKS Nest app. So that way, any other project for you guys' assignment, you shouldn't have created any other repository. So in your repository, even for the assignment you worked on, all you should have done is for the Docker project is you right click on the Docker and you click new folder and you call that folder Shopwise app, right? And in that Shopwise app, you worked on your Docker configuration for it, right? So you can see now on any project you worked on that Docker, you can store them in the same Docker directory. So that way in your repository, all your projects are just there. And any EKS project we work on will be here. So if you guys coming back to work on your assignment for the EKS, you just right click on this EKS, click new folder, call it Shopwise app. Now in there is where you store all your EKS stuff. Does that make sense? So that's how it is. That's how I organize mine, and I'm showing you guys how to organize yours now. So it's good as you are building your project, just don't rush through your project. Just take your time to organize your folders as you go. So that way at the end, you don't have to do everything at once. You don't have to now want to go back to try to organize things. Since you're already doing it now, everything will line up as you are going. All right. All right, so we've created that folder and we've created our EKS folder and the folder for our application. That's all we need to do here. That's all we need to do here. So the point of this EKS folder we create is, you guys will see in Kubernetes, to deploy an application in Kubernetes, there's things called manifest files. The manifest files is like pretty much the configuration of how you want to deploy your application in Kubernetes. So this folder we just created, that's what we will store our manifest files in there. Just like in our Docker project, we store our Docker file in that folder. Yeah, so whatever we need to deploy our Kubernetes, that's what we will store in this folder. And to deploy stuff in your Kubernetes, after you've created your cluster, you use manifest files, and we'll see that later on. So the next thing we need to do is build our Docker image and push it to ECR. So we already created our Docker stuff here. So this is another reason why I want you guys to organize it in the same folder, in the same repository, so you don't have to keep going back and forth, right? First, I'm going to start Docker on my computer. I'm just waiting for Docker to start. Give it a second. Sometimes I should have just I hope that same thing that happened last week don't happen again. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Docker to start. For some reason, it's taking its time to open up. Ah, come on. Yeah, because I'm not going to be able to build my image if this thing don't start. Come on, come on. Let me see if it's starting in the background. I don't think so. All right, while we are waiting on that, does anyone have any question? Okay. Okay, it says Docker is running. Okay, I see it here. I don't know, it didn't start for some reason, but it says it's running, so I'll take his word for it. So the first thing is you need to start Docker, right? Once you start Docker, I'm going to go into my Docker project. So you can see this is where my Docker file is located. I'm going to right click on it and just click Open Integrated Terminal, right? Then once I open the terminal, I'm just going to build my Docker image again. So I want to rebuild it for this project. Here, you don't have to, for example, I have an ECR repository, but I'm just doing this for, if you guys are using a script that is not the same script I gave you guys, right? If you are using a script that is not the same script I gave you guys, remember your ECR is we already created an ECR from last project. If your script don't have that error check to check whether your repository is there, you have to like delete your repository. So here I can delete it. And when I rebuild my image, I'll just create another one back, right? So first I'm going to just delete it just to show you guys in case if your repository is there, right? And if not, you can, whatever command you have there to create a repository, you can just remove that command since you already have the repository. But here I'm just showing you guys for example. So here I'm going to come here. Another thing I want to do is I'm going to delete, and this part too, you don't have to do, right? But I'm just showing you guys, I'm showing you guys some of the stuff. Let me just look for it. Right. So I'm going to run this command to delete any Docker image that I built on my computer previously. Let's say Docker was opening now, I can delete that image from Docker itself. Since Docker is not really opening, I'll just do it here. So I'll wait for that to delete. So if you guys want to clear any image you built, but please understand that this would remove all the images on your computer, not just one. It will remove everything. And you guys have access to this file. So it's in the project asset for this class. So all the additional commands, even in here, I included some Kubernetes commands, some of the Kubernetes commands there here for you guys to reference. So where I put it in our project is, you can see here, we have the Docker project, EKS project, and the DevOps quick reference file. You can put it here in your repository. So that way, whatever project you are working on, or maybe later on, you just need to remember a command. You can see this command, I don't ever remember it. So I always have to reference it every time. So if there's any other commands which you've used in your past project that you want to remember, this file will be here for you in your repository, and you can just quickly use it to reference all your notes. So think of this as all the notes you are storing as you are working on all your projects, and you are just storing them in one place. So again, I'm just showing you guys how to create like a MD file to store all those things. All right, so I've deleted that the image. So here, I'm just going to run my script. So you can see in my Docker project here, I have the build push image script. So I'm going to run that script. So build push image, I'm going to press enter. Okay, I think I know what's wrong. So in my build thing here, right? So again, that's good that happened in this script. Remember that my last project is different. I've already deleted the secrets in Secret Manager. I closed it. So that error I just saw was telling me that it can't retrieve my secrets from Secret Manager. That's because I already deleted the secret and I have a new secret, right? So in this script, so if I look here, everything else should be the same. Right, so the only thing I just need to update is my RDS credentials here and my secrets. So let's do that real quick. So I'm going to go to Secrets Manager here. Secrets Manager.
Azeez, how about the endpoint?
As long as you use the same RDS name, the endpoint is going to be the same. But I'm just still going to update everything. So how AWS creates an endpoint is the instance identifier name. And this name here is unique to your account, region, RDS, AWS.com. This name is, all this stuff is constant. The only thing that's different is the instance identifier name. So anytime you are creating RDS, as long as you use the same name, the endpoint will always be the same. But let's say you change the name to something else, then the endpoint will be different. Because you can see I've been using the same name for my RDS. If I copy this endpoint and I go back to my script and I just do Control F here and I paste it there, you can see it's the same thing. So that's how, another thing, that's a good question, but that's how AWS creates endpoint name. So I'm just going to paste it there just to paste it, right? Then my RDS DB name is application DB. My username is admin. You guys can see all that stuff there. Username is admin. Image name, all that one is we created that. The only thing I need to change here is the secret. So my secrets name is DevNet secrets. And copy that and paste it here. So again, nothing new here. These are things we've done in the past project. So DevNet secrets, right? Everything is here. And this is the variables to push the image. So I want to call the image the same thing. So everything else should be the same. This is from project 3, building our image. So I'm just going to save that, open integrated terminal, and I'm going to run that again. And it should work this time. Okay, it is now building my image. I would wait for that to be completed, and we'll move on to the next thing. So in the meantime, does anyone have any question?
One thing I think is different from Mac, right? I don't think you had that build. You had it in one file. I think it was in separate files, correct?
No, in the file I gave you guys last week, everything is there. Did you work on assignment 3 or project 3?
Yes, for Mac, I think I see a build image and a push image. Those are separate files.
No, I've updated it. It should be the same. I did update it. So if you go to the project, so just go to download the project asset for project 3. You will see the updated version there. Because the first one I gave you guys was separate, yes. Then you must probably still have the old one. It was separate. Then everyone was confused about the Docker file. So when we did the part 2 last class, I did create an updated version, which is this one. But I updated it.
Okay.
If you guys go back and download, project 3 assets, you will see this updated version of the build and push image there. But basically the whole point of this part of the thing is just building your image and pushing it to ECR. So however you've been doing it, that's fine. If you don't even have to, well, you do have to build and push your image. The reason why I said that is because the image we have now in ECR already have the password from the last RDS instance we created in it. So if we use that same password to deploy our application in Kubernetes, it is not going to work because that is a different password, right? So we need to create a new password. When we created our RDS instance, is a new password. So that's why I'm rebuilding my image so that way I can embed the new password in the image. So that way when I launch it in EKS, everything works. Does that make sense? We pretty much have to rebuild our image. And it's only because we deleted the RDS instance. Let's say it was constant, we kept our RDS instance, then we won't have to rebuild the image. So let's see if I can.
Azeez, that means we can still use the same image for the previous class for this EKS.
Yes, but no. You can use the same image, but that's what I'm saying. But because we already deleted the RDS from the last class, the new RDS we created as a new password. So whatever password you stored in the last image is different from the password for this new RDS. So that's why we have to rebuild our image again.
Okay, so I didn't mean I did not delete my RDS. So that means we can use it, right?
Yes. Yes, so let's say you didn't delete your RDS, you can use the same thing. And you guys, I'm sorry, like I know the thumbnail and the thing that did say Docker and ECS, but really it is a EKS project. I couldn't get the thumbnail created on time. So I just kind of like used the last one, but once class is over, I'll change it. Right, so I'm just waiting for it to, so it's built the image now, it's pushing the image. I'm just waiting for all that stuff to be done, then we'll move on to the next thing. All right, yeah, so let's, okay, just waiting for it to finish pushing the image. We'll give it some time. But in the meantime, did you guys have any question? Okay.
Azeez,
Yes, sir.
I didn't get the notice in the email for this project. Please, can you send it to me after the class, please?
Okay, I'll send it to you. And I need to
Thank
check.
you.
But did you get all the other ones?
Yes, I have it. I have up to all the other ones except this.
Yeah, because it's the
You know, we
same.
have a,
It's the same
we have
thing,
a,
but yeah, but I'll check. I'll check. It's the same contact that I used for the other one. I don't know why some of you guys didn't get it. Maybe because maybe when you do bash send like that, sometimes they drop some of the emails gets dropped. I don't know why. But
although I've not checked my spam folder, but because I don't, it
no,
doesn't usually go to.
it shouldn't be in your spam folder if you've gotten it. So, but I'll check and I'll resend it to you. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem, sir. So, I built the image, push it to ECR. So now if we go to ECR here, ECR, you can see the images here. So that concludes this part. So everything we've done so far, this is like from project 3 stuff. So all this is project 3. Now is really when this is the only, literally, if you've done project 3, when you go to work on project 4, your EKS project, this is literally only the part you have to do. And we should be done. So this part and this part and this part, but it's kind of like just this. All right. So we're about to start the Kubernetes thing. We're about to start our Kubernetes deployment. The first thing we are going to do is we are going to create the pretty much policies and role that our Kubernetes cluster and worker node are going to use. So before we even start, let me show you the Kubernetes architecture that I was talking about. So if you guys go into your project thing, in your project details, the Kubernetes architecture, you can view it here. So I included this page to show you guys where to find it. So on this page, you can find pretty much anything you need to know about Kubernetes is here. So here, this is a Kubernetes architecture. Let me see if I can, you guys can see this clearly, right? Or should I zoom in?
It's good.
Okay. All right, so in the Kubernetes architecture, remember when I was telling you guys earlier, you have your cluster. It's this whole thing. You have your cluster. In your cluster, you have a control plane. So think of this control plane as like the control centers, like where all the work is happening. It's like where when you run your Kubernetes command, you're doing everything is happening from that control plane, right? So that's like the master. That's like your. If you think about, I always think of it like anytime I always hear control plane and stuff like that, I always think of it as like a watchtower where the control center where everything is being controlled from, right? So that's this control plane. But if you guys want to get like more in-depth information, just read this document. Then you have your control plane. Then you have your nodes. You can see the node here. You can see another node here. This node, when we deploy it in AWS, right? This node, think of this node as an EC2 instance. So this is one EC2 instance. EC2. This is another EC2. Right? So pretty much you have your control plane, you have your cluster, you have your control plane, you have EC2 that are being controlled by your control plane. And in those EC2, you have pods. You can see them, pods here, pods here, pods here. You can see they even showed you different here. This one has 1 port, this one has. So this port is where your application is hosted in. So the application we are deploying is going to be hosted in this port, right? So we are only going to launch 1 port. So in case of this, it will be hosted here. So you understand? So that's the main gist of it, right? You guys can read this document for like more in-depth knowledge of it. But the whole gist is you have your EKS cluster. In the cluster, there's a control plane. Then there is nodes. And in the nodes, you have pods. In the pods, that's where the application we are deploying is hosted. So all these kubelets and kubeproxy that you are seeing here, these are the things that has to be configured on the node. So let's say when you launch an EC2 instance, this one you can see them as kind of like an agent that you have to configure on each of your node. So that way, from your control plane, when you run command, you can orchestrate your containers how you want to orchestrate it, right? So here in the control plane, these are all the things that needs to be configured on the control plane as well, right? But the benefit, so remember what I said earlier, when you are working on, Kubernetes as an open source, you would have to do all these things yourself. Like on your control plane, you have to set this thing up, set pretty much the cloud, pretty much all this scheduler and everything in it, right? And the node, you would have to do the same thing. But with EKS, when you create your cluster, let me clear this. With EKS, when you create your cluster, AWS will automatically create the control plane for you. And it would also configure everything you see in it. So you don't have to do any of this part. So all we do is we just create our cluster. AWS will handle creating the control plane and configuring everything in it. And once our cluster is created, we'll also go into AWS and we create a node. When we create a node, the same thing happens. AWS would configure the kubelets, kubeproxy, all that stuff on that node. And AWS will also configure the pods on the node as well. Whatever pods you need for that node to work properly, AWS will configure it. We'll automatically do all that stuff for you. Then when we run our manifest file, we can now add the pod for our application there. And you guys will see all these things. So that's pretty much the benefit of using AWS EKS, because AWS will pretty much do a lot of the work for you. All right. Any questions?
So ultimately, what would you explain Kubernetes as a whole as? Is it because it sounds like the pods is a method of storage, right? Within the, so is it?
No, it's not a method of storage. It's just the pods is where your application is hosted, right? But
Oh,
you
okay.
can have as many nodes. Let's say we only have 2 nodes here. We can have another node with different pods in it. And on the different pods, there can be different application there. This node can be hosting application A, and this node can be hosting application B, C, D. So you can have, that's the benefit of Kubernetes. You understand?
Gotcha.
Like you can have as many nodes, and in those nodes, there are different pods. And in those pods, they are hosting different applications. So think of it like, let's say you have 200 pods, 200 nodes hosting different applications. Then that's like, if we did that in ECS, we would have to create 200 services.
Gotcha.
But in Kubernetes, we can, with our manifest file, we can just use one manifest file to control how all these things is deployed.
Understood. That makes a lot more sense. I
So
feel
it's
like
more
it's
of like
similar to,
it's like an orchestration tool.
right, and it's similar to kind of from the past experience, like working with virtual machines and stuff like that, like um just for the purposes of multiple services at once, basically deploying multiple. I
Yeah.
see. So.
So Azeez, each pod will be like in replica to like a EC2, looking at it in that sense.
No, the node is the EC2. So think
Oh,
of the pod as the container.
okay.
So you remember you have your EC2, right? And on
Yes.
your EC2, you can now host your container. So think of the pod as your container, right? The container that is storing your application, which is also like I don't, it's probably above my pay grade, but think of it as a container, which is, you can call it a virtual machine, but that's the benefit of using like Docker and ECS is like, you can have an EC2. I mean, there's an architecture for it. You guys, I just don't want to digress, but there's an architecture. You can have your EC2, and within that EC2, you can host multiple containers on it, which are also kind of like a virtual machine. But that's the point of Docker. It's like it allows you to take one virtual machine, and within that virtual machine, host another one for like different things. Like, so each of these container can be hosting different application.
So
So
would you say Kubernetes would expand that ability like to a further extent, like than
Can I
Docker?
interject? Can I interject? We're going too deep. Kubernetes' primary function is for auto-scaling. That is the primary function of Kubernetes. So
Gotcha.
like Azeez explained, those pods in there, like the ones with 3 pods in there, is what we call a dynamic, when they say a dynamic application, because it's now all those 3 pods are 3 virtual machines communicating among themselves for a, like Amazon. When you go to Amazon website, the first pod might be to look at the orders. The second one is to put the orders in your cart. That's another virtual machine. The third one is to pay for your orders through Stripe. That's a dynamic application. Then the other one to the right, the other node to the right is like, now you're running a application that is what we call a static machine, and it's just like the
for informational
application.
purpose.
Yeah, like the application Azeez gave us at the beginning, just to look at the website and through the URL and see what it is. And it won't show you too much, maybe just informational purpose, like Azeez says. So it's just one pod inside it, and it has a virtual machine that shows you the information. It's not communicating with any other pod. It's basically a static website. So now, if there's a lot of customers going to that static website, and Azeez wants to replicate it on other different regions, now he will connect this Kubernetes control plane, what we call CDNs, to different regions for easy and cache. When you can cache, he will carry the information and he will store it on those regions. So you don't have to come to where Azeez is in North America to get it. You can be in Africa, you get it will be closer to you. The span for you to connect to the African website will be shorter. If you're in Europe, he has a European CDN. If you're in Arab Emirates, you have. If you're in Asia, you have another one. So that's what he's trying to. That's what Kubernetes really, the primary function of Kubernetes is to help you auto scale. Auto scale means when the traffic is high, it will multiply according to the traffic. And once the traffic dies down, it will cut back to the configuration of what you set it to. If it's to one application, one virtual machine, one node, it will go back to that one node, but usually it's never one node. It's at least two. Yeah, basically, that's my, if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. So thanks, Victor. So you guys, like, you're just starting out, right? So I always say the best thing to do is, like, when you're starting out with something, just get the basic understanding of it. even me, my knowledge is not as deep into Kubernetes because like you can make Kubernetes like a whole career and like a whole, and it gets deeper and deeper and deeper with like different things you can learn about it. But for everyone starting out, if this is the first time you're starting out, or if you have more experience, but let's say you're just starting out, the basic thing I'm showing you is that in a Kubernetes architecture, you have your cluster. Don't complicate it more than that. You have a control plane. This is where everything is controlled. And the control plane, and you have nodes. In the node, I told you the node is like an EC2 instance. It's not like it is an EC2 instance. And in the node, you have pods. Pods are like your container. And in those pods is where your application is hosted. That's all you need to know. Then if you want to go and read more about control plane, then go read more about it. If you want to read more about nodes, go read more about it. But just understanding the Kubernetes architecture, this is what is there. And also I explained that when you are using EKS, AWS, and you go and create your cluster, AWS will create the control plane for you. So you don't even have to worry about how to configure anything in the control plane. When you create your node, I told you AWS would configure that node for you as well. And all you have to do is just deploy your pods, and that's it. And if you want to know more about it, then you guys can come here and read this document, and that will tell you more about it. But what I know to get me started, this is what I'm showing you guys. But thank you. Who was that? Was it Victor? Thank you, Victor. Yeah.
I
So
got you. Thank you.
you guys don't complicate it. I mean, because there's so many type of questions we can ask about it, but just the simple thing explain how to start out. That's what you guys should focus on for now. Okay. So so like I explained in the agenda, so all we need to do now is we need to, for those, we have a cluster that we have to create, what I showed you guys, and we have worker nodes we have to create. And we also have secrets manager, right? So what we need to do is we need to create a policy that has access to secret manager. So that way our Kubernetes will have access to secret manager, and we will create a role for Kubernetes. So that gives Kubernetes access to other AWS services. And we also create a role for the worker node, which also gives the access to other AWS services. I include that information here. So what is EKS? If you look in there, you see all these details of what we're about to do there. Okay. So first, let's create the policy, right? So according to the policy, we are going to create a policy called dev policy secrets manager. So I'll copy this name for now. And in that policy, we just need to add secret manager policy, get secret value and describe secret value. So same thing we've done before. Did this thing log me out? Okay, log me out. All right, same thing as what we've done before. We are going to go to secrets manager. Oh, not secrets manager, I'm sorry. We are going to go to IAM. So here, we'll go to IAM. And we are going to select policies here and click create policy. And here we'll select the service. The service is going to be secrets manager. So if you type secrets there, you see secrets manager here, select it, right? And we're just going to look for what we need, right? So here, the secrets we need is get secret value and describe secret value. So let's close this. So here I need to find where it has it under here. So get secret value is right here. I'm going to check it. And the other one is describe secret. Get secret value, describe secret. So get secret value is here and describe secret is here. So I'm going to check this. These are the only two things Kubernetes need, right? So once you check those two things, if you want to limit it to a specific secret in your AWS account, like you know how you can have multiple secrets. If you want to limit to a specific secret, then you will add the ARN of that secret here. But because you guys will use it for your assignment and all that stuff, I don't want you guys to limit it to any secret. You can just use the same policy for all the secrets you create. So, but if you want to limit it to a specific secret, you will enter the secret ARN here. But here, we're going to use this policy for all the secrets. So this policy will have access to all the secrets in your account. Then once you've select those, click next. We'll give the policy a name. I said use this name, Dev Policy Secrets Manager. And we are not going to enter a description. If we scroll down here, you can see the service that the secrets we are creating it for a secrets manager, that we are giving access to a secrets manager, and we'll click create policy. And that's all we need to do for that first one. So a lot of these things, we are just pre-configuring it. So that way, when we start creating our Kubernetes cluster, we can just select them. We don't have to now configure them at the creation time. So the next thing we need to do is create an EKS role for EKS, right? So I've included the information here. We'll call it dev role EKS cluster. And the policy it needs to have is this policy, right? So we are going to come back here into IAM, select roles, click create role. And here we are going to, it's going to be AWS service, and under service is going to be EKS. And select EKS here, right? And let me just, so here I kind of showed you guys here. So it is going to be, what you guys want to select is Amazon EKS cluster, right? So when you click on EKS, you'll see different things here. And what you want is Amazon EKS cluster here, right? Then once you select that, you are going to click next. And just to be sure, if I go here on this, what is EKS? I want to show you guys where I got this from. It's somewhere in here. But I thought that link, I should have saved that link, but this is pretty much where I got the information from. But if I just Google it real quick just to show you guys. And I also want to make sure EKS cluster row. So EKS cluster row documentation, right? So you can see this is the same documentation I just showed you, but it just helped me find it right here. You can see how to create the row here. So you can see here, we go there, we click create role, AWS service, click EKS, choose EKS in case if you guys forget, right? So under the choose thing, you want to select the EKS cluster, right? Once you select the EKS cluster, then that's when you add the permission. So that's what we did here. We select EKS cluster and we'll click next. So after we click next, it would automatically pick the right role for you. AWS has already pre-configured everything to select the right, not the right role, the right policy. It will pick the right policy for you. That's what you are seeing here. So once you see the policy here, click next. And here you can just give it a name. We used it, whatever name I created here. So this is the name. I'm going to paste it here. And scroll down. You can see here, the policy is already there. And click create role. So I like that AWS does that. Like once you pick the right one, it is going to add the proper policy for you. So if you want to view the role, you can see the role here we just created. And this is the policy it needs. So the next one we need to create is the one for the worker nodes. Right. The same way we create the one for the cluster, we're going to select roles here, click create role, AWS service. On that service use case, it is going to be EKS, and select EKS here, right? Then for the worker node, if we go here, cluster role, you can see here node role, node IAM role. If you select this, it walks you through exactly what you need to select, right? So right here, creating the Amazon EKS node IAM role, right? The same thing. You choose role. We've done that. AWS service, that's where we are now. On that use case, you're going to select EC2. So here, on that use case, see, I already even did it wrong. So on that use case here, I'm going to first cancel this. I'm start all over. I'm going to click create role. On that use case here, we want to select EC2, not EKS, EC2, because and it does make sense, because remember I told you guys that the node is an EC2 instance. So that is why it makes sense that this is an EC2. So we select EC2 here, and we are going to click next. Then here, we are going to add the policy. So you guys can see the policy they're asking you to add is this one, and you can also add this one. So I've also included those policies here. So every time you guys always ask me, where do you get this information from? It's from the documentation, right? So that's why I'm always telling you guys, that I'm no smarter than you guys. I just like go and find the information and I'm able to organize it for you guys, right? So this is where I got the information from the documentation. So we are going to first copy this first one, this first policy, and we'll paste it here. And once you see it there, just check it. You have to make sure you check it. Then you're going to X out and copy the second policy and paste it here. Once you see it, check it and click the X to add the third one. So we're going to select this one, copy this, and paste it here. Once you see the third one, check it. Then once you've selected all three policies, click next. Here, you are going to give it a name. So I'm going to use this name. I call it role EKS worker node. So we are going to paste that here. And that's all we need to do. Scroll down. So you want to make sure under your policy summary, you are seeing those three policies here. And scroll down and click create role. And those are the three policies we need. And the next thing we can do is create our EKS cluster. So does anyone have any questions so far? Right, cool. Let's create the cluster. So this is the EKS part. So we come to our AWS console. Here, you type EKS, select Elastic Kubernetes Services, Elastic Kubernetes Service, sorry. Then here, we are going to click Create Cluster. So quick configuration is AWS will just configure stuff for you. Here, it's just select Custom Configuration. And here, this is something new AWS just added, and it's EKS Auto Mode. And you can see what it does here. It would pretty much automate routine cluster tags and all that stuff. So you really don't need that. So I'm just going to uncheck that one. And if you want to use this, you would have to add more policies to your cluster role. So we don't have to use that. So I'm going to uncheck it. Then here, we are going to give our cluster a name. So the name for the cluster, we'll call it this. Yeah, I'll paste it here. Then under cluster IAM role, we'll select this drop down, and you can see the role we created, dev role, EKS cluster, we'll select it. Then we'll scroll down here, Kubernetes version. This is the latest one. We'll leave it on that. Standard support, we'll leave all these things. So all these things, you can leave them as default. One thing I like about AWS is AWS pretty much always just leave the basic things you need to configure their service is always there by default. Any other thing you click is what you want to add, right? So some of these things you just have to read what they do, but a lot of them sometimes, so I don't understand the first time, if it's the first time I'm deploying something, so I just leave it, right? So the standard support, all these things, you can leave them as default. So here, the auto mode compute, you guys can see all these things are new. They just added them probably in the past couple of weeks. So these things, I'm going to leave them as default. Sorry. Wait. Here. So all this, leave them as default. So under cluster access, so here we'll select EKS, API, and config map. So that's what we'll select here, EKS, API, and config map. So here, this is if you want to encrypt. So let me just scroll up here so make sure I don't miss anything. So here, if you want to encrypt using KMS, this is where you will enable that. So we'll leave that unchecked, and this will leave it. Under deletion protection, if you want to prevent someone from deleting your EKS cluster accidentally, this is where you check that, but we'll leave that unchecked and we'll click next. Under networking, this is where you select your VPC. So we'll select our dev VPC here, and we'll select the subnet we want to use for our worker node. Remember I said our worker nodes are EC2 instance, and for anything hosting our application will be in the private app subnet. So here we are going to select our private app EZ1 and private app EZ2. And also on the reference architecture, if you guys look at the reference architecture, you can see our cluster is in the private app EZ1, private app EZ2. So that's what we are doing here. So once you select your private app EZ1, private app EZ2, security groups, we are not going to select any security groups. We'll let EKS undo that. On that Kubernetes service IP address, we are not going to do anything here. So under cluster endpoint, it is going to be public and private, and click on this advanced setting. This is just like when we are running our commands to our cluster from our computer, right? This is what this means, the public and private, right? So it'll be public, and the public part will be if you want to run the command from your computer, right? Remember when we create SSH security group and we limit it to our IP address, you can do the same thing here. So if you want to limit it to, so right now, this is saying that anyone from anywhere can run like the Kubernetes command to our control plane to control our control plane to the worker node to pretty much do whatever we want to do. If we want to limit it to your IP address, meaning that only you from your IP right now will be able to control the resources in your Kubernetes cluster. This here, you can limit it to your IP address. So to get your IP address, what I always do is just right click over here on this AWS logo to open it in a new tab. Then I will go to VPC. You guys know what I'm about to do. Just like you try to create a security group. So here, I'll click security group, and I'll just click create security group, and I'll add rule here. And under this source, I'll just say my IP. So once you say your IP here, it will show you your IP address. So you can copy this. Once you copy that, you can paste it here. But if you leave it on 0, that's anywhere on the internet, meaning that you can operate it from anywhere. But if you want to limit it to your IP, you can do this as well. So I'll limit it to my IP, and I'll click next. Observability, right? this is where, remember when someone was asking, like, are we going to set up the Prometheus and all that stuff? If you want to do that, this is where you do that. This is where you can configure all that stuff in your Kubernetes thing. So we are not going to do any of this, right? So we'll leave all this as default. But if you want to get logs for like different things about your Kubernetes cluster, right? Your control plane, this is your control plane logs, right? All the things in your control plane. Remember, in your control plane, sorry, in your control, just a second. In your control plane, you remember you have these things, API, etcd, scheduler, control manager, right? That is exactly what you guys are saying here. API, audit, authentication, control manager, scheduler, right? So if you want to get different logs on them, just to see how they are working, you can check this. And just give me a second, I'll get back to you once I'm done with this one. So once you select that, click next. And here, this is where you can add, it's like an add-on. I'm not even sure how to explain this add-on, but just think about it as things that AWS can automatically put in your cluster that makes certain tasks easy to do, right? What's other things that I have add-on in a way that I can explain it? So just for lack of better, just think of it, maybe they are agents, right? So you can see here, it's like a monitoring agent for this one. So let's just think of it like agents AWS, they will put in your cluster that just helps you do different things. So these are the ones we need. We don't need, if there's any other ones you need based on what you are trying to do. For example, if you're trying to monitor something with CloudWatch, you can add this agent in it, but we'll just use the default one that AWS is giving us. So scroll all the way down here. Just scroll all the way down here and click next. Then on the previous page where we had the add-on, these are the add-on that was there. So what I want you to do for each of those add-on is select here and make sure they are all on the latest. So here I'm going to make sure that one is on the latest. I'm going to make sure, because sometimes they are not always on the latest. You can see this one is not on the latest. I'm going to select latest for that one. And I'm just going to do the same thing for all of them. Here, I'm going to select latest for this one. Which one did I just do? This one. Okay, that one. For this one, I'm going to select latest. For this one, is already on latest. And for this one, I'm going to select is already on latest. So that's all you need to do. And the reason why we are doing that is so that we don't run into any issues of something being out of date. So once you select all those, click next. And on this page is just where you review all your settings. So these are the settings I have. I'm going to scroll down slowly.
Azeez, quick question. Did we have to add those add-ons? Is it necessary?
Yes, it is necessary. So AWS already pre-select what you need there. So just use whatever is there by default. You don't have to add extra one. You only add extra one if there's something else you are trying to do that the add-on can help you do it. So, but whatever AWS include there by default, yes, use them. Don't remove them.
So I didn't have anything pre-selected. That's why.
No, if something should be pre-selected. You saw when I just went on it, it was pre-selected. So, but we can look at that. But I can't go back, but it should be
Okay.
pre-selected. But I'll create this.
Like the domain name service, the domain you created that should be working with the EKS, that was pre-selected. And that's during interview, that's one of the, if they would, in a junior role as a DevOps, that would be one of the primary questions they would ask you what's on the node, what are the components of the node, which is the container you're running, which is CRI, kubelet, add-ons, and kubeproxy. Basically, that's the answer.
Yeah. So I'll help you check it because it would probably take like 15 minutes to create the Kubernetes service. So let me just click create, just to create it, and because it will take some time to create it. But I can go back now and try to create it again. Try create a cluster, and I'll show you. So let me just open a new tab.
Okay. So, Azeez, please, one question.
Sure.
Where you put your IP, like before the IP, what happen if you move from location to location? How do you solve
You
the IP issues?
you would have to go in your Kubernetes setting and just update it. So once your
Okay.
cluster is created, the setting is there. You can edit it and add
Okay.
your updated IP there. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Oh, one question I have.
To follow up on that question, is it not during the CDN add-ons you manipulate the change of IP address or domain, like it says, domain name server add-on?
No. So if that is done, then AWS is probably doing that automatically for you when you select the add-on. But it's nothing we have to configure. So, but what the question he was asking is like when where I add the IP address, right? Where if let's say your IP address got updated, where do you change it? It will be somewhere in here. Let me see if I can find it for you.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it's under access, right? So
yeah, that is EC2 image.
right? So it would be somewhere here. It's probably under this access thing. Well, we'll have to wait for the cluster to be fully deployed, then we'll see. But you can update it. You can update it in the future if your IP does change.
Is it possible for the paid students to get the Zoom recording for these projects?
Yeah, it's being recorded.
Yeah, I know it's being recorded on Zoom. I mean, on YouTube, but can we actually get the recorded like from Zoom, the Zoom link?
Yeah, sure. I can send you the Zoom link as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, like if I was creating the cluster again, right? Here, if you just enter anything here.
And real quick, the reason I was asking about the Zoom link, for some reason, when I go on YouTube and watch the replays, it's not as clear.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think it's just like how I'm streaming it, and I need to look into that and how I can make it more clear. But I did update it actually. My setting on my Zoom wasn't on iDef, which I did change. So, but I'll send you guys the link.
All right,
So
thank
let's say like you just go over here. I'm just gonna see if I can click next. So I need to select an IAM row. I'll select an IAM row here, and I'll click next. Yeah, and I'll click next here. And click next here. Right. So in this one, it is not selected. Yeah, you are right. But it's probably
Yeah,
based on what you did.
yeah,
Because you see,
yeah.
you can see I was just rushing through it. So let me try to okay. Oh, I think I know why. So did you check this? Because if you check this, right, and if I click next, right, so it's probably based on what you did. Because you see, I didn't do something, and now those are not selected. But let me try to go back and let's see if we can track it, or it could be based on your VPC. So default VPC here. I'm going to see private app. Private app, easy to remove that. No security group, public. Here, right? So let me test it without this one. So I'm going to click next because that could be also lining up with what Victor said earlier. So it still didn't check anything. All right. So now let's go back. I think Victor is right. It is, which is why I said I don't know that if we did, when we update this, if AWS will be updating it in the background, and it seems like it is on the add-on. So here, I'm going to paste my IP there. Paste my IP there. Click next. Click next. And it still didn't check it. But I think it's just based on something you didn't select. But it's kind of like, as you can see, it pre-select this one, but it didn't select the other one. Let me see what other things I missed here. So let me go back. On VPC, that public. Oh, and check this. Custom. I am wrong.
So you selected all of the checkboxes in plain control plane logs?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did. Oh, okay. And also here. So let me just, you can see when I just went and I was doing the default. So here, custom configuration, this is what I did. Custom configuration, uncheck this, gave it a name, select my role, use the current version, nothing here. And here I did select EKS API and config map. So these are all defaults, and I click next. Here, we are going to select our VPC. So subnet, private app, easy1 and easy2. Click out. And here, public and private, and I did add my IP address here. Then I click next. Then on this page, this as default. Then for the control, I selected this one.
Yeah.
Then click next, and now you can see.
See, the only one select for me is metric server. I just did what you did.
Did you?
So I think according to the configurations you just used on the previous settings, that's how it's selecting the add-ons. That's what's going on. So if there are some things like if you use like the private and public endpoint access, that's at the top. If you scroll up, you will see it won't that the cause it DNS won't be something. That's where that's the core DNS group setting. And if you even look at it, it's a categories: networking, comparable compute, EC2. So it depends on the configurations you're using. When it's asking you the previous questions, that's how it's configuring these add-ons. That's why before you saw it selected, sometimes it didn't select. So that's basically what it is.
Yes.
They're making it simple for us.
Thank you, Victor. Yeah, so like if you are not seeing the selection, you are not selecting the same thing I selected because they all work the same way. You're missing something.
Okay.
Right? So,
I mean, for better, is there a way to just manually select it or?
No, I don't manually select it. I just let AWS pick what, because again, like what Victor said, these are automatically selected based on your settings that you picked. So AWS is, for the settings the questions you answered previously, AWS is showing you here. So let me just go back one more time. And guys, I'm only doing this because this is still creating. It's still creating. Sir?
Please, can that person watch the video later on so that this will not make the video too long for people?
Yes, I understand, but the EKS cluster is still creating. That's why I'm still taking time to explain, because we can't do anything until this is done. As you can see here, the one I created is still creating here. So it takes it some time to create. So that's why I'm just taking my time to cover his question. But once this is done, we'll move on. Okay, so here you just have to go back in your settings. But again, like you guys probably won't be able to configure everything as I'm doing it, but you just have to watch the video, right? So custom configuration, I gave my cluster a name. I selected my IAM role. Kubernetes version. And here, I didn't select anything. Here, I select EKS API and config map. And that's all I did there. Then I click next, selected my VPC with the subnets. And the only other thing we did here is public and private, and we add an IP address here. Then we click next. We didn't do anything here. We checked all this under the control plane and we click next. Just like what Victor said, based on what I selected, that is why AWS is clicking these add-ons. So because remember I said the control plane AWS would automatically configure it for you. So I'm not going to add something with especially if you're adding anything, just make sure you know what you are adding. So since it's not like I'm an expert at knowing what is going on the back end of this, so I just let AWS handle it. So the whole point of it is if these are not selected when you get to this page, it's based on that you've missed one of the settings that I picked. And so you just gotta review it. And that's that one. So, but this is still creating, that's why. Okay, now the cluster is active because this will take about 10 to 15 minutes to create, right? So now that our cluster has been created, right, we can now create the worker node. So, there's two things we need to do. Once our cluster is created, now this is where what I was saying, right? So the cluster is created, right? If we go to VPC, so I'm just going to go here and go to VPC. Under VPC, right? If you just filter by your VPC and you go to security groups, you can see the EKS cluster security group that AWS created right here. So if we review it, inbound rules, you can see they're actually allowing all traffic. But the source is also from the security groups itself. So that is what AWS configured. So that's the security group right there. So, but what we need to do is we need to now, once AWS has created that security group, we need to modify our RDS security group to allow that EKS. So that's how we'll make the connection between our RDS and EKS, right? And I'll also show you guys something else. So let's do the RDS one first. So here, we'll right click here, open a new tab, and we'll select RDS here and select RDS under Aurora. Go to your instance, select it here, and select your security group here. And here, you are going to select it. Inbound rules. You are going to click edit inbound rules and you're going to add rule. So here is going to be the same thing, MySQL and Aurora. Then under source, we are going to select it here and select the EKS cluster security group here. So that's how we will allow the cluster to have access to the RDS and click save rule. And that's all we need to do for that part. That's very important. So you guys make sure you remember to do that. The other thing that is also important is this. So you guys know, one thing I want you guys to know about EKS is, and this thing took me some time to figure out. You guys know, like in AWS, everything is denied by default. So how EKS works is when you create the cluster. So you guys can see now, I am logged in into this account as Labi, right? whoever this user is, right, with this user. And this user created this EKS cluster. So what that means is this user has like a admin right to this cluster. Any other additional user that is in our AWS account. So if I go into IAM and I select users, you guys can see all these users are in this account, meaning that these users, and if we look at them, it doesn't show the policy here, but all these users are in this account, and these users, they have administrator access, because anytime I create my user, they all have administrator access. So all these users are in this account, but this user created the cluster. How EKS works is only this user will have access to that cluster. If you log into your AWS account with any of these other users, you won't be able to see the cluster. You will see the cluster there, but you won't be able to run any command on the cluster. You won't be able to go into the cluster and see what node is there. You won't see anything, but you will see the cluster in the console because I gave it admin access, you can see the cluster there, but the administration work on the cluster, you won't be able to do any of that. That's how Kubernetes is. So the issue we can potentially run into is I am logged into my account with this user, right? But remember when we configure our programmatic access, we configured it with this user. This cloud project user is the one we created access key and secret access key for that I configured on my computer. So what that means is that when I go now start running my Kubernetes command, I won't be able to, it will fail because this user does not have access to my Kubernetes cluster because the user that created the cluster is this user. Does that make sense? You guys understand? So how to fix that problem for now? And I'll also show you guys how you can do it with a manifest file. But now if you want to just do it manually. So basically, once you create your cluster and you want to give other users access to it, here we'll come and select this user that I want to give access to it. And I'll copy this user's ARN. Copy it here, right? Then you go to your EKS cluster here. Then you select access here and scroll down. So you see here under IAM access entities, you are going to click create and you paste that user's ARN here. And you can see it here, you select that user. Once you select the user, but before we even do that, I want to show you guys something. Let me cancel here. So here you can see the user that created the cluster that I was telling you about, Labi. You can see the type of access this user has. So that's the same thing we want to duplicate. And this user has a Amazon EKS cluster admin policy. So that's the same thing we want to do for the other user. So again, we'll click create user. We'll paste the ARN here and select this. And the type is standard. And we'll scroll down here. We'll scroll down here. So under additional configuration, you don't need to enter anything there. So click next. Policy, this is where you add the policy. So I think it is what Amazon EKS cluster admin policy. So once you guys add the policy here, don't click next yet. Click under access scope, it will be cluster, and here click add policy. Because if you just click next, it is not going to add it. So you want to, once you select it, you want to click add policy to add it down here. So once you see it down here, now click next. So here you can see the user we are configuring and the policy, then click create. So we have done that. I'm just going to close all of this. So now if we go back to that cluster, access, we've added that cloud project user here. So that user is pretty much the same as who created it. So now when we run that command, we'll be able to run our command to pretty much deploy our EKS here. Does that make sense? So this part is very important. The only other way you can also do it is if you want to just use the same user that created the cluster, then you would have to go and configure access key for that user and configure it on your computer. So that way you're using the same user that created the cluster. But the whole gist is whatever user creates the cluster, that's the only user that will have access to the cluster. If other users in your AWS account want, even if those users has administrator access, they are still not going to have access to the cluster.
So in a real life work environment, this process is like we are the, let me say, cloud admin desktop administrator, and we're creating different this, what you just did is what's the admin, one of the main admin administrators duty, to create different projects and know the people or the users in different projects and give them access to these different policies to enable them to work on certain projects.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So since we have one AWS account and we are working on this, this is how we would do it, right? But the gist is the same thing, right? That is how it will be done at work, but most likely your work will be using Active Directory. So there will be a way where all this is configured to give the users access to whatever cluster they need access to. So yeah, but
thank you.
I just wanted to point this out that a key thing to know about the cluster is just because and this is the first time we've seen this with an AWS service that even if a user has an administrator access, you still don't have access to, you have access to see the cluster, to see the EKS cluster, but you don't have access to administer anything in the cluster. So that's like the first AWS service that I'm actually seeing that happen. Because usually when you have administrator access, you can do anything you want. All right. So we are done with that part. So we've already had the administration. And I'll also show you guys later on when we run our manifest files, how to do the same thing I just did with the manifest file. So we are pretty much almost done. Like the only other thing we need to talk about now is the manifest files, right? So let's look at the reference architecture where what we have now. Oh, okay, there's one other thing. So we've done this. The only other thing we need to configure is the node, right? The worker nodes. So here in our Kubernetes cluster, right? So far in our reference architecture, this is what we have. We have the cluster. And the cluster has the control plane, but you're not going to see the control plane because AWS is doing all that stuff, right? So the next thing we need to do is create this node. So you guys see this this box here, that's the node, right? And that's another node, but we're only going to create one node. But just think of that node when we create it is an EC2 instance. So to create it, you are going to come into your cluster here and select your cluster there. Then you are going to select the compute tab. On the compute tab, the node will show up here, but to create a node here, you have to create a node group. So here, you're just going to click add node group. So you'll give it a name and we'll call it this name, worker nodes. Where am I? Yeah. You give it a name, worker nodes. Then you select your IAM role. I don't know why that is grayed out. Let me just refresh here. That's weird that that's grayed out. So let's see. That's weird that that's grayed out. Let me just cancel and do that again. Because I already created the role. That's the EC2 role I created. So Yeah, so I can see my cluster is created. There's no issue, which is good. So again, I'm going to come here, add node group, give it a name. And here, honestly, I'm not sure why this is grayed out, but it's okay. I'm just going to click this to create it, right? It's an Amazon EC2. It's an Amazon EC2. Just in case I'm not sure why that is grayed out. I'll figure it out later, but in case that happens, you guys just create another one. So EC2 and click next here. Then remember, we have to add the policy, and it's also the same thing we are seeing here. So yeah, I just want to make sure that I didn't miss anything. Okay, so let me just copy it from here. It's the same thing that I have in the, so here, we'll paste this here, right? Select that, and we are going to cancel that. Then the other one is this pool container registry. We'll paste it here. Select it, cancel. And the other one is this, copy, paste here, and make that selected. Then you click next, right? And we give it a name. I'll copy that and just paste this here. I'll have to just work on those. I'll just add an S because I already have one there with the same name. So you can see the policy. So AWS did add so let me see. I think there's like an additional one that I have there. So it's a container registry pool only. So I have something else that I don't need. Container registry pool only. So let me just go back to previous.
Yeah, so when you create, I've noticed that when you create from that angle, like it's a recommended distance. So they
Okay.
added,
Yes.
yeah, they
Okay.
added themselves
Cool.
when
It
you're
wouldn't
creating.
hurt anything, but according to their documentation, sometimes you may find this like a discrepancy, but since they are adding it, we can leave it. So it's not going to hurt anything. I hope. I don't think so. So since they add that, we're just going to leave it. I gave it a name here, and I'm just going to click create row. So we've created the row. So if we come back here, refresh. I'm seeing the row here. I'm not sure why this one is grayed out. That's weird. Anyway, so in case that happens, you guys just create a new one. We'll select the row here. Right. Here, we're not going to use launch template. So we are going to
I don't know whether, sorry, I don't know whether that will help. On that one that was grayed out, there's a place that they said missing something. Say at that last part, it says missing required policies.
Oh, that's why.
Amazon.
It would work. It would work. So I say thank you. Thank you for your observation. Right. So let's review this. So in their documentation, right, you guys can see it. They just probably need to update this. In their documentation, these are the policies they are asking you to add. You understand? Right. This one here, this one here, and this one here. In this documentation, the policy, it is requiring here. The policy, it is saying that I didn't add here the container registry read only is not part of that documentation. So when I created my rule based on this documentation, is missing that policy, which when I use their own recommended role creation, they added the second time, which is why I say, why is there an extra one here, right? So that's where the discrepancy is coming from. So just to show you guys, so if I come here, what is this? So this is, it is Amazon EC2 container registry read only. Okay, so if I come to my role here and I do just type worker You can see this is my row, the first one I created. I click on this row, right? And I do add permissions, attach policies, right? And it's Amazon EC2. What is it? What was it? Let me just look at it again. Amazon EC2 container registry, read only. Amazon EC2 container. Amazon EC2 container registry read only. So if I click this one and add it, right? And now I come back here. Now just refresh. You can see now I can select it. So thank you, Victor. That's a good observation. So it was just because I created my rule based on their documentation, and they've actually probably made an update that they haven't included in the documentation. Sometimes that will happen. Anyway, a good observation. Thank you. So I'm just going to use the original rule that I created. So here, launch template, we are not going to add anything here. We are not going to add anything here. Tags, we are not going to add anything. Click next, right? AMI type, we will use the default Amazon Linux 2023. Capacity is going to be on demand. Instance type, make sure you use the T3 medium, because the Kubernetes requires a little bit bigger size than your regular EC2. So T2 micro is not going to work. So make sure you leave this on the default one they have here. The disk size you can leave at 20. Under this node group, under the node group scaling, this is the EC2 instance, the node group. Remember I told you the node is an EC2 instance. So here it's just saying how many EC2 instances do you want to create. So if you say 2 nodes, it means it will create 2 EC2 instances. So here we're just going to do 1. Since we are using T3 medium, just do 1. Minimum size 1. And the maximum, when is same thing as our auto scaling, when it is scaling up, how many instances do we want to scale to? How many nodes do we want to scale to? We can say 2. Right? So when it is updating our nodes, meaning our EC2 instance, how many do we want to update at once? We'll say 1 at a time, right? So node auto repair, this we can leave this on check and click next. And under node network here, so if this is based on, so you can see here it has already selected my private app EZ1, private app EZ2. This is based on when I created my cluster, and that was what I selected. So it is selecting them to create my node in there. Then, and here I'm going to click next. And that's all we need to do here. So it's pretty straightforward. And you scroll down here and you click create. The only thing I'm not sure is like where it has configure node for remote access. I can't remember whether the last time I created it, I checked that part, but I don't think I did. So that's the thing. It is now creating the nodes. We will just wait for it. So here, so this is the node. It's creating the node, but it's in progress, but we'll wait for that. You can see here it says creating. So we'll wait for it to be done. Once it is done, we will check it just to make sure the health of the, because one thing you have to check is, one thing I like about AWS service is like when you create the cluster, right? You guys can see over here, it will show you, like you can see here, it says like node health issue, right? So in 1, right? Only probably because the node is still creating. So but when the node is done, everything should be healthy. We should see all this should be green. So I'm pretty much sure because the node is creating, that's why it is showing that node health issue there, that one. But once this is done, that should go away. Guys, please give me a second. All right. Do you guys have any question so far? No. Okay. So the node is active. Let's just go back to that cluster and check. You can see there's no health issue. So if you guys are creating the node, the main thing is before you start your deployment, you want to check your cluster page here and make sure that everything is healthy. There's no issue here. Right. So to see that node, we'll come to compute, right? This is the node group we created. And you can see the node group created one node based on our configuration. And this is it here, right? This node you are seeing here, you can note the IP. This is an EC2 instance. If we go to our EC2 console and click instances, you can see it here. This is it. You'll know because it is, maybe if we would have given it a tag, it would have tagged it here. And you can see the, it is the T3 medium. So that is why I was saying that in your Kubernetes architecture, when you create your cluster, right? We create our cluster. AWS automatically handles this for you. Then when we created our node, it created the EC2 instances. We create the EC2 instance, right? And it has configured this part on the EC2 instance and whatever ports those it needs, right? Then we can now deploy our own extra port for our application into that EC2 instance. And you can see all these things. That's why I'm saying it's really not complicated, and don't try to complicate it too, but you can certainly take what you've learned and expand on it, right? So let's see that. Remember I said it created the worker node and it will configure these things on it and maybe some ports that it needs. So we'll see that. So clear, and I'm going. So now if we go back to that node, right? This is the node that was created. Click on it, right? You can see in this node, you can see that there are 9 pods here. You can see there are 9 pods. You can see here, part of what will be created is kube proxy and kubelets, right? And you can also see it here. You can see in that pods that it created, you can see the kube proxy here. And all the DNS and all the other, any other things it needs to configure. So basically it took that EC2 instance and started creating a bunch of pods in there based on the configuration we selected, right? And it's pretty much set up everything for you. So all we need to do now is deploy our manifest file. And you guys can see now we have 9 pods here. In total, we have 17 pods, right? Because of all the other things it's allocated, right? So 17 ports in total. Like this EC2 instance can hold 17 ports, sorry, right? Based on the instance type we use, it has already calculated it that based on that instance type, this will be able to hold up to 17 ports. Out of that space that is available, it has already used 9. That 9 is what you are seeing here. And that 9 is based on what I told you in the reference, Kubernetes reference architecture. Whatever needs to be configured on your node, it would just configure it for you. So now all we need to focus on is deploying our application on this node. And the application will be in a pod. So once we deploy the application here, where we are seeing 9 pods, we will see more than 9 pods here. We'll now see another pod here with a name on it. It will be the name, whatever deployment name we give our application. That's what you'll see here. So that's what I'm saying. Everything you guys are you discuss, you can literally see it in the console. All right. Does anyone have any question before we move on? All right,
Yeah,
cool.
I do have a question. Might be a little slightly out of scope, but I think it's on the same topic. So now you're talking about the capacity of the EC2 as a pod, having I think 17 pods available. And based on what the application we're running, if, for example, the application we're running is more than 17 pods.
Yeah.
So we would have to look for a bigger EC2, maybe like a T5, maybe medium, something like that,
Yes.
to make sure it's vertically
Scale.
scaled to what we're using before we can auto scale it horizontally, right?
Yes, correct. So you can either scale up, and maybe there's like a setting you can do to say, this is the amount of, but I think what it does is it would use all the pods here, then move on to your horizontal scaling. It will first vertically add your pods here, right? Then
Yeah.
once this is consumed, then based on when we were creating our node and when we were specifying the minimum, maximum desired capacity, right? So if we have 2 there, then it will just create another node and start adding more pods on that node.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I think it will
Because
start.
I know I've had a couple of questions to this topic about Kubernetes, updating the version and how to modify it for auto scaling. Yeah, those it always comes up on technical interviews. These 2 questions.
Yeah. And yeah, so that's good. So and Kubernetes is like you can be like have a full career on Kubernetes because there's so much to learn about it, right? So and I'm pretty sure in the deployment you can even specify probably your deployment to say, okay, on this node, this is where I want to deploy this pod. I don't want to deploy it here. But we are not going to do any of that. I don't even think I've done research to know how you can limit it. Here we're just going to use this one node, deploy our pod, our application in it. But yeah, I would think also is the same thing with the way we are deploying. If we deploy our pods in here, it would use all the capacity here. And if it needs another one, it would just, based on the auto scaling we set when we were creating the node, it would just launch another EC2 instance and configure it and deploy more pods on that one. All right.
Thank you.
No problem. So that is that. So the next thing we need to do now is just deploy our manifest file. So in Kubernetes, how everything works is everything we deployed so far is just the infrastructure part of it. Now that our infrastructure is ready, in this pod, this is where we need to deploy a new pod here that is hosting our application. So just think of that pod as like a container that is hosting our application, right? So how you would deploy a pod into a Kubernetes cluster is using manifest files, right? And I'll explain it as we go. So in your project. So if you guys download the project asset that I've downloaded here, I'm going to open it. I'll just do this. I'm going to open it here. And I'm going to unzip it, extract all, right? And go into that and project asset here. So here you guys have your assignment. You guys already know that. So here I have 4 manifest files, and I'll explain what everything means. So we have 4 manifest file and our deployment script. So if you are using Mac, you use this deployment script. If you are using Windows, you use this deployment script. So what I want you to do is in our Visual Studio Code, we are just going to move this there. So I'm going to open my Visual Studio Code. Maybe I'll minimize it here, right? So in your EKS project, the Nest app. So you select your EKS project and make sure you select the Nest app. So wherever you select, that's where you will be in. Then you can take this manifest file. I want you to copy this. So I'm going to select this AWS auth patch, deployment, secret provider class, and service. And I'm going to select all 4 of them, and I'm just going to drag it and drop it on. Make sure you don't drop it on your Docker. So you see where my mouse is pointing to? I'm pointing to that Nest app right on it. So wherever you are pointing to, that's where it's going to drop it. So you can see it is my files is in that Nest app, right? Or if that is too complicated, you don't want to drop it in Visual Studio Code like that. Let's just do one more. So we've dropped that. You need to also drop your script in there. So I'm going to copy the one for Windows, right? I'm just going to drag it and I'm putting it right on that Nest app. I'm going to drop it there. So it's there. And if this is too complicated, right, you can just open another file explorer, right, and browse to where you cloned your repository. So here, my repository is on my C drive. So it is this AWS projects, right? And you can see the EKS folder. You can see the Nest app, and you can see all the stuff I just dropped in it. So you can go into that folder and copy it from here and paste it there. So the same thing will work. So you guys do that. And I'm going to close this. I will close this. I will close this. Minimize this, and we'll cover what each of these manifest file means. You guys give me just 1 second, please. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so the next thing we need to do is just talk about this manifest files, and we are pretty much almost done. Close this. So in this manifest file, we have 4 files that I created. So let's talk about the auth file first. So basically, if you want to deploy a Kubernetes application, you need manifest files. And when you look at like the EKS documentation, pretty much anywhere that's pretty much how it is done, right? These manifest files, they are in YAML format. So this is like a language, right? You know how we have JSON, manifest files, they are always in, I don't know if they are always, I'll say always, but because they're always in YAML format, right? And pretty much this is kind of like the structure of it. So what I want you guys to do is you guys will do your own in-depth, you can read more into let me just call it the anatomy of like a manifest file, like what you need in. And I'm pretty sure if you look in that, and I'll find the link, I will include it. But if you look in that Kubernetes cluster thing documentation that I sent to you guys, you should see it in there. So for our application, this is the manifest file we will use, and I'll explain. So here we have the API version, which is just saying like what API version you want to use. That is 1, right? The kind of configuration you are trying to apply to your Kubernetes cluster, config map, right? Remember when I went to add that IAM user that is the config map. You would do pretty much the config map in the config map of your cluster is where you would add the additional user, right? So here where the kind is config map. So metadata name, you just leave it on this AWS auth and namespace kube system. So these are just default. When I was doing the research, these are the default thing I need, you need there. So in this manifest file, I'll just say for what we are doing, anything you need to change, I have include like a note there for you. So anything you need to change on the manifest file, you will see a hashtag note next to it. So things that you don't need to change that should stay default, you leave them as default. So on your own time, you can now, if there's anything on the manifest file you don't understand, you can do like a Google research, or you can ask Claude or ChatGPT to pretty much explain what each of these sections mean. But for what we need to change, I've added a note there for you. So you now see in this manifest file, if I want to add additional users, right? And I'll just keep adding them here. But here we're just going to do one more user, right? So in my AWS account, under users, I have all these users here. So let's say I want to add this user to my KubeCon, to give this user access to my Kubernetes cluster. I'll select this user as ARN. Then I'm going to come to my my auth patch file. And then here, where you have the user's ARN, you paste it here. Then username, I just pretty much use whatever name the user has in AWS. I always just use it here. So that way, when I'm looking at it in the config, I know which user it is, right? So, and the group is what type of access you want to give the user. So here, if you want to give the user administrator access, this is what you will put there, system masters. So that will give the user administrator access. So this is how you create config map for manifest files that pretty much adds additional user, give additional user access to your cluster. So that is one. And this file, we called it AWS auth patch.yaml. Remember I said this file is in YAML, so this is what it would have. The only other thing I don't know is if you can change the name to whatever you want, but you guys don't hold me on that just yet. I can do additional research, but for now, that's the name we will use.
I just have one question. There's
Yes,
a
sir.
layman question. If we wanted to use multiple users, how would we configure that username?
Yeah,
I know I
okay.
could research it.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, so that's a good question. So you see, one thing I want to also point out in YAML format, anytime you have like this is like an option, right? And under the option, this is the value for that option, right? So when you see a value in YAML format like this, and you see a dash next to it, this is a list. So in YAML format, this is how you list something. Does that make sense? So if this is how you list something, so it's just like you have, let me open something like this. So it's just like you have students. So let's just say students. Students equals, right? And the list will be, it's going to be so exciting because we're about to do Terraform next week. You guys are going to learn all this stuff. So we have students and we can say Victor. Victor. We can say Mr. Larry, and so on, right? So that's a list. So in YAML, if you want to have a list like this, right, you can, this is another way you do it. You just put that dash there. So what am I saying? I'm saying if you want to add another user, you just copy this, right? And come here and paste it here under it like that. So this is one list of users information. This is another list of user information. So here you just change the user's ARN, right? Give it a name and that's it. Does that make sense? I know I kind of went the long route to explain it, but
No, so it's like a more of key value.
exactly.
Like yeah, okay.
Yeah. But understand that in YAML format, anytime you see a dash, it's a list.
Okay, no problem.
So you see where we are saying here, these are just single values. But if you put a dash next to anything in YAML, that's a list.
Okay.
It means it is in something like this. So saying student in programming,
yes,
saying student equals this is different to saying student equals this. You understand? So
yeah,
now you are saying student equals a single value,
yeah.
but here you are saying students equals a list.
Multiple value, yeah.
Multiple values, yeah, exactly.
Okay, got you. Thank you.
So yeah, so that's just what I was saying. Right. So if
And
you want to add additional thing, you can just, yeah, go ahead. Someone saying
yeah,
something.
I just wanted to add that's an interview question because I've had that question come up in an interview.
Oh, wow. Okay, good. Yeah. So when
And
we,
Aziz, I wanted to say something again. If you can please show me when you were showing the list just now, and then one value.
okay. So let's say I said students equals, and it in programming, especially when we do Terraform, or I'm not sure other programs are like that too. When you have the bracket, it's a list. So that means you can now say Ade, Daniel, Victor, right? Versus if you said student equals, and you say Ade, you won't be able to say Ade Daniel. This will fail.
Yeah.
Because it's not a list. In order to tell the coding language that is a list, you have to put the bracket in it.
Yeah. And the point I wanted to make was like in SQL, because you're having multiple values in that list, it wouldn't be equal to it be student in, because you're having more than one value.
Yeah, so every coding language has how it is done, right? So I'm just kind of like showing you guys an example here. And just like how you said in SQL, it will be student in. In YAML, this is how it is done with this hyphen. That's
Okay.
That's what I
Okay,
was
cool.
trying to explain. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
No problem. All right, cool. So we've covered this kubeconfig file. We've covered this manifest file. And this manifest file is for when you want to add an additional users, give an additional user access to your cluster. So that's what this manifest file is for. And it is the AWS auth patch. Good. So let's move on to the next one. So the next manifest file is a deployment file. This is the manifest file that will actually deploy your application in the pod. So when we run this manifest file, this is what we deploy our website in the containerize our website and add the pod into our node in our EKS cluster, right? This is it. So in this manifest file, it's the same thing. Anything you need to change, you guys can do. For time's sake, we won't be able to go. And even me, I know. And funny enough, when you go to AWS documentation, they just give you this like this. They don't really explain it, but you just kind of have to use your own logic. But you have to read up on it more, right? So again, this manifest file is in YAML format. And I'm saying, well, if you want to deploy our application, this is a simple manifest file you can use. It's not very complicated, right? You have the API version, the kind of thing you are trying to do. We are doing a deployment. Under metadata, right? This is the name we want to give the deployment. So when we run this manifest file, whatever name you put here, when you go and review your pods, you will see the name there. So here we are calling it the name of this project, the same naming convention, DevNest EKS deployment. So pretty much whatever I'm doing, I always just call it the name of the project and I'll put the deployment name. Since this is a deployment, so I'll put a deployment.
So if it's a test environment, that kind will be under test.
Yes. So yeah, I'm not sure what different type of things deployment you can do, but if it's like a test, yeah, so the deployment, it would be whatever the name is. Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to get.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not sure all the different kinds that exist, which is something you guys can look up. You guys add it to your notes, like what are all the different kinds under Kubernetes, and you'll see it. So the kind of things we are doing now is we are doing the deployment. This is what deploys our application. So we have the deployment. We give the deployment a name here. So you guys see this namespace. This is just how we group. This is how we group our different deployment, because you guys know Kubernetes can really get crazy and get where because you are doing so many different things, controlling so many different things. So if you want to group certain things in different namespace, this is how you do it. So you create a namespace and you can group one deployment in there, or however it can get really complex, but it's just like a way of grouping stuff. So say this namespace, right? And this is what for this project we'll call.
I've had a interview question on that, and that question cost me the job.
Oh wow. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So just know that in your deployment you have a namespace, and you can use it to group your deployment. So we have the namespace here. So this is the name we're going to give it. So if you want to change it. So one thing I want you guys to note here is, so you know what, I'm going to put, you guys let me know if you can still see things clearly. I'm going to, no, but I'll point it out to you guys, but I just kind of want to see, but let's go through this first, right? So one thing I want you guys to know is always start with your deployment file. So in your deployment file, because that will be the one that has the most configuration, because that's the one that's deploying your application anyway. So start with your deployment file. So in your deployment file, in our deployment file, we've given it this name, and the namespace, we've said this is the namespace we want to use. This is anything you want to call it. It's not anything specific to the project, just anything you want to call it. So this is what we've called it, right? So what I want to point out here, and what I've also included as note for you, is that when you now go and create your service file, and we'll cover what service file does after, right? Under the service file metadata namespace, you have to make sure that you are consistent. Whatever name you call your namespace here is also what you have to call it in the service file. When we review the service file, you'll see it there. So I just want to point that out. So here, you give it a label. So you're just kind of giving your deployment a label, right? Here we're calling the label Nest app. So that's what you guys are seeing here. The Nest app, that's the label. Under the app, so where you see the app, you can see we just give it a label. Again, it can be anything you want to call it, but you have to make sure whatever you call it here is the same thing. You just have to be consistent. Then here is how many replicas we want. So when we do our deployment, how many pods do we want? We'll just say 1, right? So that's this one. And again, here we need to create a service account, right? So as part of our deployment, we create a service account. So again, this is any name you want to give it. So what I just do is I call it the project name and I call it service account. So that way I'm looking at it, I can say, okay, is this a service account? This is a deployment. This is a namespace. So if I put as needed, update as needed there, I'm just saying that you can call it anything you want. But if I put as needed and I say must match something, so you have to make sure in that file, in the file I'm saying like service here, service means service file. You have to go and look in the service file where there's metadata namespace. You have to make sure whatever value you put here also match whatever is in that service. And you guys will see that. So we are here. So this part is how we mount, we give our deployment, our pretty much deployment pod node access to Secrets Manager, right? If you go and look in AWS documentation, they are not the same exercise they gave us is not using Secret Manager. So you won't even see this on there, but this, I'm included this to show you guys, if you want to give it access to Secret Manager, this is how you do it. So here, you just create a service account, you give it a name, and this value, it stays the same. And the file you are using to give your pod access to, the file that you are using to give your pod access to Secret Manager, there's also another manifest file, which is the one you see here, secret provider class. So the name of that deployment, right? So in this secret provider, you can see the name of it. That is what, I close my deployment. The name of it, that's what you are seeing here. So again, I'm pointing to, so you guys see secret provider class, metadata name. So you just need to come to secret provider class, metadata name. So whatever you decide to use here in your deployment, just make sure it matches your secret provider, right? And this container part, this is how you specify your container information, right? So here you just give it a name, whatever you want to call the container, right? So we're calling DevNest EKS container, right? Then the image here, you want to update your image. So you are going to go to ECR. So here, we'll go to ECR. And select your repository, select the latest one, copy the URI, and come back here, and that is what you paste here.
So this, what you just did right now, could be an answer to how do you update your Kubernetes version.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a very simple.
Yeah,
okay.
so you paste your image here. So this is where it's pulling the image, but let's say in the deployment, let's say you push a new version of your image, then there's like a Kubernetes command you can run. And I did include some of those commands in this reference file for you guys, or like of how you can update it after you've pushed a new image, right? So here, image pull policy, you want it to always pull your image on new deployment. And the port we are using is port 80. You guys know that's how we are able to access our application, port 80. And volume mount, these are default. This is the default thing you have to put there. So this is our deployment file. So I'm going to save this. So remember, anything with the notes, that is things you need to look at. Anything I don't have note next to, you can leave it as default. do your own research on just getting more understanding of what is in the deployment. Remember, the deployment file is what is actually going to deploy our application in the pod. When we run this deployment file, you will see it you will see a pod appear in our node with the name we've given this deployment file. So you guys are going to see everything. So once we have our deployment file, remember I said there's a secret provider file. This is the manifest file for it, because everything in Kubernetes is manifest file. That's how you deploy. So for this file, also YAML format, the API format is this. So all this you need to you can just leave it as default. The kind of deployment we are making is secret provider class. Under metadata, right? We are giving it a name, right? But remember I said whatever name, because in your deployment, you are saying that let's just say for the basic part of it is like, I'm trying to mount my secret, and the name that I've called the deployment to mount the secret is this. So you have, if you are pointing it to this, you have to make sure that this name, if I copy this name, and I now come to that secret provider class, and I'll just do Control F, Control V, you can see it's the same name. So you are saying this is the name. So that's why they have to match, because it's like you are telling it this is the file. This is the name of that deployment. And again, the namespace we use, so I'll just put this side by side so you guys can see it. And okay, I'll do it like this, right? Secret provider class, so we've said that. And the namespace we use here, I'm saying whatever namespace you choose, you have to be consistent. So the namespace we use there is the same namespace we are using here. This is how we are grouping everything together. And under the spec, AWS provider, perimeter, under perimeter, object name, you see where you have this object name here, we have to now paste the ARN of our secrets in Secrets Manager, right? Because this is the file we will use to give our cluster access to Secret Manager. So go to Secret Manager here. Go to Secrets Manager, and select your secrets. The ARN is here, copy it. And let me just make it 1 so you guys can see clear. So here, the ARN, we're just going to paste it here. Right. And the alias is whatever you want to call it. So this is just an alias. You can call it dev nest, the same thing we have been doing, EKS secret, so that you can actually leave it as it is. So this is the secret provider class file. And remember, this is if you need to connect your cluster to Secrets Manager, this is the file you will use, the manifest file you will use. The last file we have here is the service file. So when we run this manifest file, remember this first one is to give user access to your cluster. The deployment one is going to deploy your application on the pod. This is to mount your secrets. And the service file is once you deploy your application in the node, and the pod will appear in the node. In Kubernetes, you have to now expose that application to the internet. And how you expose the application to the internet is with the service file. Because if we deploy this pod now, the pod will show in the cluster, but sometimes you can deploy pods in your cluster in your node that you don't want to have access to internet. You just want it to be working internally, like Victor was explaining, with other pods that are in that node. You want them to be working together. But let's say you now deploy a pod there that you want that pod to have access to the internet. You will need a service file. This is the manifest file you will use to expose the pod to the internet, the application you deploy in the pod to the internet. So here is the name is like service.yaml, and the version is version 1. The kind is service. Metadata is just the name you want to give it. So here we call it the same name, DevNet EKS service. Namespace, remember this is how we group it, right? So this group is actually going to help us pretty much group it to our deployment, right? So you can see here, we group it to the next DevNet EKS namespace, because that's the same namespace I used in my deployment. You can see here, and I also told you to make sure it matches your deployment metadata namespace.
So the grouping is just like tagging, right? So to follow up on his question, I had the same question. So namespace is actually tagging each project you're working, segregating each project you're working on.
Correct.
Is that? Okay.
Yeah, I guess for lack of to not complicate things, yes, you can explain it that way. It's just a way of tagging and grouping your project together. Because you can have multiple deployments here, and the namespace for another deployment can be a different namespace. So Kubernetes gets crazy. Yeah, but it gets very complex. But yes, it's kind of like a way of grouping. I say grouping, but you can say tagging. Tagging is grouping. It's kind of like the same thing. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. So the namespace, since we are using the same namespace, it knows that we use the same namespace as our deployment, right? So under these annotations, here is where we specify the network load balancer, right? So NLB, network load balancer, right? Internal, no, right? We say false because we want it to be internet facing, right? Then here is, remember, the good thing I like about this is, remember when we create our application load balancer and we have to go set up our SSL, SSL listener and all that stuff, right? So when we are setting that up in our service, we can do that automatically. So here, we just need to copy the ARN of our certificate and paste it here. So we'll go to our console. We'll get the ARN. We'll go to our certificate manager. And we'll select this certificate that I have there, copy the ARN, and that's what you'll paste here. And you guys, one thing I have to mention is when you are pasting anything in YAML, one thing about YAML is very picky. The way you see this indentation here, that's how it expects it. If something is even off by one line, not even one line, one space, it is not going to work. So you want to make sure that when you are pasting, just paste in the quotes that I have there, and just be careful when you are pasting stuff, because YAML is very picky. YAML is not as forgiving as JSON. JSON, as long as your key value pair is making sense, it will let you, it will understand it. But YAML, no, YAML will start fussing about it. So just make sure this format that I have it is how you should have it. Then here is like the port is going to be SSL port 443 that is going to create, and the protocol is HTTP and true. So this, you don't need to change anything here. You just need to add your certificate ARN here, right? And the spec type is load balancer, HTTPS 443. Target port is 80. Remember the 80, we have 80, but it's redirecting to HTTP. It will redirect to HTTPX. And remember our selector on our deployment where we call Nest app. So here I'm just saying like whatever here, wherever I have update as needed but must match. So just make sure in your deployment, whatever you put. So for example here, port, container port in my deployment. So I'll go to deployment file, ports, right? Container port 80. So I put 80 there. That's why I have 80 here. So let me put it side by side so you can see. So here I said ports dot container port. So ports container port 80. So that's what is there. So that's how you just have to, in the first time you do is a little bit complicating, but this is how I'm able to understand it, especially if I haven't looked at it in a while. I just make sure I put my notes there. So I know if I'm using it, I know what needs to match what. So this is our service file. And pretty much this is all the manifest file we need. So these are the 4 manifest file. Remember, the service is what you will use to expose the application in your pod to the internet. The secret provider is how you mount your pods to Secrets Manager. The deployment file is actually what deploys your application in the pods in your node. And this auth is if you want to give other users access to your cluster. That is it. So now that we've done all this, all we need to do is just deploy it. So to deploy it, we are going to open. I have my commands here. I'm going to right click here and open integrated terminal. This is the part that always gets me scared because sometimes you start doing this deployment and something won't just do all this work for something to start acting up. So anyway, I'll open integrated terminal and I'll open my command, right? The first thing I want to do here in this command, let me just explain. I'll explain it as we go, but you guys are used to stuff like this already, right? So here we just need to add some environment variables first, right? So here we want to add the region we are using, right? And so this is the region. Here is the cluster name. So whatever name you give your cluster. So let's go to the management console, and here select my cluster here. And this is my cluster name. I called it dev nest EKS cluster. So I'll copy that, and that's what I'm going to paste here. Dev nest EKS cluster. This is your AWS account ID. So come to your AWS console here. Your account ID is there. Click this to copy it, and that is what you paste here. And these are different environment variables we will use in our command, and I'll show you, you'll see where we are using it. Here is namespace. Remember, in your deployment file, you specify the name for your namespace. So whatever name you use here, copy that name. You have to be consistent. So the namespace is the same thing you use here. Because this script is actually going to create the namespace. So now when you are now doing your deployment, it will now start grouping all your deployment in the namespace that you created, right? So so service account, remember this is the service account. Remember we also created a service account here, right? Service account. So whatever name you gave it here in your deployment, that's what you put here. Right, so that's service account. Then secret manager access policy. Remember that policy we created for secret manager, whatever the name is. So we'll go to our console. We can just go to IAM here. Policies. What did I call it? I think we called it this dev policy secrets manager. So I copy that, paste it here just to find it. So you can see the policies here. You can see what is in the policy, right? So all we need is just the policy name. So we'll copy the policy name. And here, that's what you paste here. All right. Then over here, this is just the name for your manifest file. So you see your manifest files here, AWS auth patch YAML. That's the auth config. Secret provider class, that is the name. So pretty much whatever exact name with the extension you called it, that's what you put here, right? So I'm going to save that. So once you add those environment variable, I'm going to run it. So I'll copy. So make sure you copy. If you copy, make sure you copy the note so that way it knows to ignore it. I'll copy this and I'm going to paste it here and press enter. So I've added my environment variable. So once you add your environment variable, in this next section, right? Remember when I sent you guys the email, I said you guys have to install Kubernetes kubectl, EKS and Helm. So kubectl is the Kubernetes command line. So now that you create your EKS cluster and you want to use Kubernetes to orchestrate things in your cluster from your computer, or whether from CLI, you will use Kubernetes command line. So that's why you have to install Kubernetes command line on your computer. And also EKS is, since we are using EKS, EKS is EKS command line specific to running EKS command, and Kubernetes is just general Kubernetes command. Helm is like a software Kubernetes needs. I forgot what Kubernetes use it for, but it's very important when you are deploying Kubernetes. So Helm, I want to say it's like a software package manager for Kubernetes, but don't quote me on it. I may be wrong. So, but his Helm is needed for Kubernetes thing. So I included this here so you guys can run it first to make sure that these softwares are installed on your computer. So if I run this here, press enter, you should get an output, right? I'm going to run the kubectl, paste it here, press enter, I should get an output. I'm going to run Helm, copy, paste it here, press enter, you should get an output. If any of this fail, don't continue with the deployment because it won't work. So this needs to be there, right? So another thing I want to check real quick, and I will show you guys this when we do the deployment, but I just want to make sure something is not my cloud formation. I just want to make sure the environment is cleaned. So yeah, so you can see this is when was this created? 5/12, 12/4. Creation time 12/4. Because sometimes when you clean up your EKS thing, it's not going to creation time. This wasn't created today, so this is like 12/4. So that's 2 days ago. Yeah. So I'm just going to delete this. I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure. Maybe I'll leave it. It's probably, this is from when I was testing it out. So because sometimes when you run things in Kubernetes, right, it would pretty much use CloudFormation behind the scenes. And so sometimes you have to go into that CloudFormation and delete whatever is there. So, but I don't think that should affect what I'm trying to do. So once you run these 3 commands, if you get an output, you're good. Then you can move on to the next thing. So the next thing we want to do is we want to update our kubeconfig file. So this kubeconfig file is pretty much the configuration of your EKS cluster, right? So what we are pretty much doing here is we are connecting our command line here, whatever command. I'm saying like whatever command I'm about to run now for Kubernetes, I want to connect it to that EKS cluster I created that is in my AWS account right now. Because you remember you can have like 4 different EKS clusters. So whatever command you are running, how do you know, how does the command line know which one you are trying to apply it to? So this is how you do it. This first command, you have to run it first. It's how you connect it to your EKS cluster. So this is the command, but remember, we already specify our EKS cluster here. So it's just, you guys know this already because we've been using script for like 3-4 projects now. So just saying when we run this command, it would connect it to our cluster, which we already specify as environment variable. So we'll copy this, paste it here, press enter. So it has updated, you can see here. Let me clear my screen so all these things is showing up at the top. So we've done that. Now you just need to, context is like, you want to pretty much see pretty much all the content of your config file. So the one we just did. So if you run that command, paste it here, you can see it. there is one there, the one we just did, which is connecting to our cluster. You can see our cluster information here. Then once we've pretty much connect our command line here to our cluster, the next thing now we want to do is set the current, because in this context, right, remember you can have multiple cluster that you've connect to your command line. So this next command is saying that, let's say we have 4 different clusters here that we've connect. This next command is saying that for the subsequent commands that I'm going to run, so the commands after this that I'm going to run, I'm running it to this cluster. So this is the command that will let you set your current context to your EKS cluster, the one you want to run, whatever deployment you're about to do, where you want to deploy it to. So we copy this command, paste it here. So you can see switch context to ARN. So pretty much say I've switched the context to this cluster. So that means that any command we run from here on out, it is going to be deploying it to that cluster. So now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create the namespace. So remember I was saying the namespace we just specify in it in our manifest file, but this is where we create it actually. So we'll copy this, paste it here, press enter. See, it has created the namespace, right? So that means any deployment we do, that's how we are grouping everything together. So now we are going to set, so now that we create the namespace, just like what we did here, we're going to set all the pretty much subsequent command we are going to run to that namespace. So all the deployment we are going to do, we are saying use this namespace. So copy this command, paste it here, press enter. And we've done that. It says namespace modify. Then we just verifying the namespace we have. So this command will do that. So you can see we have one namespace, it's this. And all this command you guys are seeing, this is Kubernetes CLI command, right? You will find it in Kubernetes documentation. And I've also included some basic Kubernetes command line in that quick reference file for you guys. So this next part is how we install, what we need to do to install, what we need to do to allow our cluster to have access to Secrets Manager. So these are just the things you need to install. I found this through research, right? So nothing too complicated here. You really don't need to, there's nothing here that you need to change. These are just the commands, just like when we are installing anything on our EC2, whatever command we need, this is the command. So remember, I think from the last time I researched it, Helm is like a package manager for Kubernetes. And you can see here, it is using Helm to install these things that it needs. So we'll just copy this one. Paste it here, press enter. So it is showing that value because I've already run it before. It exists on my computer already. But if this is the first time you're running it, it would probably install something for you. So it says skipping. So good. So now we will update the Helm repo. So that one is just adding the Helm repo to probably my computer, my CLI area. So now this is updating it. So I'll paste this there and press enter. So it says update successful, nothing. I'm just going to clear my screen here. Then I'm going to run this the next one to install the Secret Manager CIS driver. So I'll paste it here. I'll give it time to run. Good. So that run, you can see there it says successful. It says deployed. And once we do that, then we are going to verify the CIS driver has started. So this is something I found through research. If I want to mount EKS to Secrets Manager, how do I do it? This is what I found, right? So you can see here it says running, and that means that so far deployment is going good, right? So now we are going to install AWS provider for Secrets store driver. So this is how you do it. This is the last part of the connecting your cluster to Secrets Manager. So you paste this there, press enter. And you can see here it says created. And we are pretty much done with that part. So this is like an and this is like an IAM OICD is kind of like, it's pretty much an IAM, but and you guys that knows better than this, you guys can educate me on it too. So it's just an IAM. It's just like how you can, it's like an IAM identity that we are creating in the cluster to be able to pretty much do all the run our deployment, right? So this came from the AWS documentation. So this is now, you can see now, all the other ones we run is like a setup for Kubernetes. Now we are running the EKS one. So we'll paste this here. Let me first clear my screen. Then we'll paste this here, press enter. So it has pretty much created the IAM identity for our cluster, right? So once we create the IAM identity, right, here is where we are going to now create the service account. So these are just all steps, because if you go to the, so this, you don't need to, I'm just showing you guys the steps to do it. It's always any type of deployment you are trying to do for Kubernetes in EKS is going to be the same steps. So, and I found this through just looking at the AWS documentation, reading the documentation. So the next thing we need to do is create this on the service account. Remember the service account that we have in our deployment file. This is where we create it. So we run this to create the service account. And I think when you run this, it is going to create like a cloud formation thing. So we run that. So you're saying that the service account already exists, right? So that's probably the one I created a couple of days ago when I was testing it out, right? So, but nothing failed. If your service account exists, it exists. So you just update it and use it, right? So it's saying that here. So I think we should be good. All right. So this is pretty much the last part of it, right? So we've done everything you're seeing here that we did. That's just the prerequisite of all the different things we need, all the different things we need to install, right, to make our deployment work. The only other optional one is the Secret Manager one. So if you are using Secret Manager, you install that. If you are not using Secret Manager, then you don't have to run the Secret Manager part. So now is where we are running our deployment file. So the command to run your deployment is this is always kubectl apply and the name of the file you want, the name of the file you want to apply. So you can see here, we are going to apply our auth file, which will give whatever user we've listed in that file access to the cluster. We are going to apply the secret provider class file, which would allow our cluster to have access to Secrets Manager. We are applying our deployment file, which is going to deploy a pod in our node with our application configured on it. And we are applying our service file, which is going to now expose the application we deploy in the pod to the internet. And here, this command is just, once we run it, we'll verify that the deployment, everything is running. So first, let's run this. Copy, paste it here, press enter. So, okay, so it's saying something is missing, an annotation is missing because you know how that files annotation is saying, again, AWS probably already just changed something, right? Because this wasn't always right, was there, right? So, but it's saying that it would, but it didn't fail, right? So this is just a warning that an annotation, something, a required configuration from the annotation is missing, which that I can go back later on and add it. So that's not a problem. So that's just for the auth config anyway. But I'm just saying that if you want to give other user access, this is how you do it. So I can go back and fix that warning later. That is not an error. So the next one I'm going to apply is the secret provider class file. So I'll copy that, paste it here, press enter. Right, you can see that was created. And now I'm going to run my deployment. Let me clear my screen first. I'll paste the deployment here, press enter. Deployment was created, right? And I'm going to now run the service. So if we go check the deployment now in the pod, we'll see a deployment there. But let's just run the service first. So I'm going to select the service, paste it here, press enter. You can see service was created, right? So when you run all this, everything should be successful, right? So now if we check the namespace, this is like a command to get the pods in the namespace. So remember that we created our namespace, and if we select, so that is probably because everything is still deploying, so I probably have to give it time, right? But let's go over here in the management console, and we'll go to our Kubernetes cluster. I'm just going to refresh here. So I'm going to say compute node, and you can now see the pod. Remember, wasn't it 9 before here that we used? Now you can see it is 11. So we only have 6 left. So if you come here, it is probably still deploying, so I just need to give it time. Refresh. Let's refresh here. Let's see. Let me come here and run this, and let me just check the status of it. So this is the service in my namespace. Let me get the pod. So why don't I have a pod here? Devness. Okay. Honestly, I want to say because my deployment is supposed to show here. So because once I run the deployment, it's supposed to show here. But honestly, I think what probably is throwing it off is that CloudFormation thing I saw there. So hold on, let me say CloudFormation. 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 So honestly, I think it is this one because it is creating something here, and I may have used a different thing here on this service account here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this one. I should have just deleted before I run that deployment, because I knew I was kind of like I was suspecting that it might end up causing issue. So it is deleting it. So just wait for it to delete, and I'll do that part of that deployment again. So I've deleted the service account. So let me just see if I can trace my step back. So that's what I'm saying. Anytime you guys do any deployment, go and check, make sure that that's the only part is like when AWS use CloudFormation to create something, it don't delete it. So this is where I create a service account. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the deployment I did, and I'm going to redeploy it. So I gave you guys this cleanup file. This cleanup file, no, it's here. So in here, there's like some cleanup command. So if we want to delete, so I just need to delete everything, the deployment. So I'll start with the service. I'll delete the service first. So I'll just redeploy. I'll recreate my thing. So I've deleted. Then I'm going to delete the deployment. I'll delete the deployment. And I'm going to delete the secret class provider. Okay. Okay. So the namespace is there. So this is just creating a service account. So the thing about this is you guys saw that in CloudFormation, now if I go to my stack, I don't have any stacks here. When you run this command, it always uses CloudFormation to create the service account. So here I just need to namespace, region, service account name, secret manager policy. So it was supposed to override it. So I just want to make sure here, service account name. And to make sure it matches what I have in my deployment, which it does match. And secret policy name, right? So this is my policy name, and that's just all the things it needs. So service account name, namespace, all that stuff match, and secret manager policy name. So I'm going to run this again. You guys will see when I run this, it will create that back and it will create that stack again in CloudFormation. So you can see now it is running. This is what I want to happen the first time. So you can see now that it is working. The first time when I ran it, it didn't run because the other one was there, and probably because I used the same name. For some reason, it just didn't update it. So I have to look into that if it exists, if there's a way you can override it. So I'll just wait for this to run. Then all I have to do is run my deployment again. So it has run now. So if I go here, you can see now there's another one here. Okay, so let's now try this again. So I didn't delete this one, so I don't have to run that one. I just need to run my deployment. My secret provider class file. You can see the deployment was created. And I'm going to run my, I ran my secret provider class. So I'm going to run my deployment, copy, paste it here, press enter. And let me just clear my screen so you guys can. And I'm going to run my this service. Perfect. So let me run this command again. Perfect. That's what I want to see. So the issue was that because I already had that namespace, that service account there, it didn't update when I ran that command. So you can see now when I run this to get the pods, it's saying that I have this pod and it is creating at the moment. If I give it a moment and I run it again, I should see 1 of 1. Now you can see it says the status is running and it's 1 of 1. Then also, if you want to verify, copy this and paste it. For that namespace, you can see your namespace. Now, if I go into my EKS cluster, and I'm just going to come back to the cluster here. So how you guys get to it is cluster, select your cluster, compute, and your node. So you can see now I have 11 pods running. Here in my pods, why am I not seeing it? Oh, maybe it was there the first time. You guys see what I'm not saying? You guys see it? But I'll just say it. So in case you guys come here and you're trying to find your pod, you can't see it here, don't freak out. This thing is like page 2. And I'm over here because normally sometimes it's always just 1 page, but I guess because we have more pods running now, there's like 2nd page. So it's probably on the 2nd page. No, it's not. So where is it? So let me refresh. But it's showing that my pod is running. Oh, there, it finally show up. I just need to refresh. There you go, guys. So you see the pod that I identified here as running. You see the ID, the name of that pod is also here. Right, remember? Right, so going back to our Kubernetes architecture, right? We said when you create a node and you start deploying, it would configure whatever pod is necessary there. When you now deploy your application, it will deploy your application in the pod. That is exactly what you guys are seeing here. So this new pod that was deployed, this is the one running my application. So when I also run the service should have created a network load balancer. So if we go to EC2 and we select load balancers here, so you can see the load balancer here. It says it's still provisioning. We'll give it some time to finish provisioning. Service account. Okay. Yeah, so it's still creating the network load balancer. We'll give it some time. So while we wait for that, so here you can see your pod. The main thing you guys want to check is like everything is running here and there's no issue, right? Everything is running. So I just need to wait for that service thing to be done, then we'll review it. Also here, if you go to the cluster resources, you can still see kind of like the same thing there, your pods. Let me see if that network load balancer is available. Yeah, so now it is active. So on your network load balancer, if you select it, right, there will be listeners there. So you see under listener, because remember in our service file, we configured the certificate and everything. So it already set everything up for us. So it's already directing. You guys are seeing here that it is not HTTP and HTTPS. And you guys can do more research on the difference between network and application load balancer. I think it's just the different protocols they use. Application load balancer use only HTTP and HTTPS. And network load balancer is more advanced where it can use TLS, right? So you can see it's using TLS here, port 443, forwarding traffic to this EKS cluster thing, and it is using our certificate. So pretty much we are done. All we have to do now is go to Route 53. If we've done everything right, go to Route 53. And so these are the domain name I registered, guys. So remember, if anyone needs domain name, let me know. I'll send it to you. I'll go into my hosted zone and I'll select my domain name here. I'll just delete this. That's the one I had there. So your domain name, your hosted zone will look like this. So you click create record, www, alias to traffic to network load balancer. And select your region. It will be Northern Virginia. So, or I can do US East, Northern Virginia. And here you should see your network load balancer there, select it and click create record. So it's creating that record. You can view status. You want this to change to in sync. Once this has changed to in sync, you should be able to, now it's just moment of truth, trying to access it. I'll pray everything works because this is the part of the deployment that always scares me. So, so it's in sync. So we just come here, come back here, select your record name, copy, come here, paste, press enter. And there you go. Thank you, Lord. That part always scares me all the time because I don't want to do all this work and just to fail at the end. And there you go. This is the application deploy in Kubernetes, EKS. Sorry it took a long time. Sorry, there's some stuff to explain, but really, once you finish your ECS project, the only part you really have to focus on is the cluster part. So really, everything I explained in the beginning from here, you already did already. So let's say I just wanted to start, I could have just started here. Remember, you have to build and push your image again because you delete the RDS from last week. So when we created a new RDS, it will give it a new password. That's that. Then you just pretty much do this, and that's pretty much it. Do you guys have any question?
Yes, I do. Like from where you just explained, under what role will all this work be under? Would you be, I'm thinking IAM administrator.
What? Like what under, you mean like the type of job you used to?
Yeah. Yes,
for
like
completing a project like this?
yes, just this part we did today. Because
it will be on that DevOps. It will still be DevOps cloud engineer. It wouldn't be because we really didn't do more any IAM work here. We set up whatever we need to set up IAM wise for our cluster to have access and to be able to deploy our application, but we did more of like a DevOps cloud engineer work. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. So yeah. You guys on YouTube, nobody's saying anything. I hope you guys are still following. I see you guys are still here. So, yeah, that's how you deploy in Kubernetes. Remember, the key things you just need to focus on, expand on is understand the architecture for Kubernetes. Okay, thank you, Juliet. I'm glad you guys. There's no one is saying anything, so I figure you guys are. Yeah. Okay, you guys. Okay, good. Thank you. So yeah, the main thing you guys need to focus on is understand Kubernetes architecture. I'm not a Kubernetes expert. That's what, this is always what I always say in interview, and this is what you guys can say in interview. A good interviewer, right? I want to say a good interviewer. Interviewer is always looking to see how resourceful you are. So all you guys need to be saying most of the time when you are doing interview is that I'm someone that's very resourceful. Even if you give me a task, even if I don't know how to do it, I know I can do enough research to deploy any application in AWS. That I'm very confident about in my ability, that even if it's something someone is asking me to configure, as far as it's AWS, I can read the documentation, do all the necessary research I need to do to deploy. So with my Kubernetes knowledge, if you ask me to deploy a Kubernetes application in AWS, I can do it, right? So key takeaway is you guys understand the Kubernetes architecture. If you now want to expand on it and say, okay, what is all the different items in the control plane, the node, what do they mean? You can go further on that, right? This documentation has all the details. Then a node, understand that a node is this box you are seeing here. A node is an EC2 instance or whatever space you are deploying Kubernetes. But if you are using EKS, a node would be an EC2 instance. And on that EC2 instance, you will now deploy the containers, which is the pods, right? And you guys see how Victor was saying, like a node can have one pod, it can have multiple pods, right? When we deployed our node, right? And the next point is when you choose to use EKS, AWS will handle the creating the control plane for you. You can see we haven't even touched anything control plane. AWS, when you create the node, AWS would configure the node for you, all the kubelets and whatever kubectl, AWS will configure everything on the node, which is what you guys are seeing here. You guys saw when we deployed this node, there was already a bunch of pods here that AWS configured for necessary things that it needs. So that is it configuring your Kubernetes architecture for you. And when we now went and deployed our manifest file, we saw a different pod here. So we deployed our manifest file. You see these pods here. There's another pod here that our secrets, CIS secret store, that is also from our deployment. So now we have the pods that AWS pre-configured. Now when we deployed additional resources, the pods are here. So pretty much that's what I'm saying, like anything you guys are learning, you can see it in the console. And that's what I want you guys to do is like how Ismail said, like the curiosity. Yeah, you should be curious about a bunch of stuff and you should go like anything you are saying, you can literally verify it in the management console. When after you deploy something, you can verify majority of it. The only thing I don't know how to go check is the control plane where it is in the EKS, but the pods, how we explained it, how it relates to the reference architecture, you guys can see everything here. So
Quick
that is
question.
yes, sir.
The Helm chart, how do you, I understand the Helm chart is because you can't really see what's, according to what I've heard, I don't know much about it, so I just want more insights or more enlightenment on it. The Helm chart, you can't really see what is taking place inside the cluster as per se. So Helm charts, Istio, and other tools are to help you see what is actually going on. From here, can you show me how, because I know you deployed the Helm chart right here, but can you show me what's going on?
So I deployed the Helm chart on my command line. on my command line to be able to run that CIS thing. So the Helm chart was what allowed me to install all the necessary package that I need to install the whatever I need to mount my secrets to Secrets Manager. So that's what I use Helm chart for here. So, but in Kubernetes, yes, Helm chart can go deeper than that. Yeah. So which is what I don't see here. So now let's say you guys run your deployment. I know some of you guys have done your deployment where you saw that you can access your application, but your application is saying that you get to that configuration page where it's telling you to configure something like your database, like that blue page. I know some of you guys have posted it before, right? So let me show you how you can SSH into your pod. So this pod here that we deployed, this pod should be just like when we deployed any application on our EC2 instance. For example, this dynamic application, when we deployed it on the EC2 instance, you guys know we can SSH and go into the HTML directory and review our application code there and make sure that our env file is properly configured. When I was working on this, I ran into an issue where it would deploy, but I didn't see my site. I only saw that configuration page. So I didn't know, maybe it was my migration that failed to my database, or maybe my env file, the credentials is wrong. So, but that was why I found out that so I now had to SSH into the pod to see it. So I'll show you guys how to SSH into your pod. So just in case if you guys run into any of those issues while you're working on it and you are curious about just seeing the credentials you've configured on your env file, or just want to know how you can SSH into a pod for further analysis, this is how you do it. So in this file here, this quick reference file, I included the steps here. You guys will find it under the asset for this project. Let me find it here for you guys. I think it's right here. So SSH into the pod, right? So to SSH into the pod, first we are going to, you can get the pod. So you can use this command to get the pod. So I'm going to, so once you, so yeah, you just need these two commands, right? This is like another way of doing it, and this is the example what your command will look like. So I'm just going to copy these two, and let me close this for now, and I'm going to paste it here, right? So in our deployment thing, I've already added these things as my namespace as my environment variable. So here, wherever I have my namespace here, I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to replace this here. So remember, anytime I give you guys a code, or you guys are getting any documentation from anywhere, if you guys see the caret next to it, that means that's the value you need to update. You see how this is before? With that caret, that's telling you that's the value you need to update. So the namespace, I'm using my namespace because I've already entered it as an environment variable in my terminal. If you didn't enter it as an environment variable, you can just put the actual namespace name here and run it. So once I run the namespace, I need to put the namespace here again. So I'll paste it here. But first, I need to run this to get the pod in my namespace. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, press enter. So you can see when I ran it, it gave me this. This is my pod. Remember, it's the one I showed you with the name of the deployment and this extra number. So you copy that and you paste it here where it says pod name. Paste it here. So remember, it would be this kube exec, then namespace and your namespace, your pod name and your namespace. So you copy this one. Let me clear my screen so you guys can see better. And I'll paste it here, press enter. And there you go. I've SSH into it. Once you run it and you get this bash, you are already in your pod. So now, if I cd into the HTML directory, cd var www HTML, see, I'm already in there. If I ls, you can see all my application code. If I cat, what is in my env file, cat.env, you can see my env file. So let me drag it up. So you can see my env file where you see my domain name is configured on it. And right here, my RDS credentials is configured here. So you guys say why I started you guys on EC2, because I keep telling you guys from EC2 to static website to dynamic website on EC2 to Docker now to Kubernetes, nothing changed. It's the same thing. The file, how your application will function is the same way it will function. There's the file structure where those file needs to live, which in our case for this application is in the HTML directory. It's the same thing. It don't matter whether you are hosting it on a container, you are hosting it in Kubernetes, you are hosting it on EC2. You guys, you can see it's the same exact thing. The only thing you are learning is for whatever service you are trying to deploy, how to deploy with that service. But overall, whatever application you are trying to deploy, how the application will work in one area is the same way it will work in another area. So that's pretty much it for today. What I want to show you guys how to pretty much SSH into your pod. So in case if you deploy and you are curious, you can see your website, your deployment work, but you can access your application. It's showing you that setup page. That means you haven't connected your database. Two things you would do. First, verify that you migrated your data into RDS successfully. If that is done, then the next thing you will check is your env file here by connecting to your pod and reviewing the content of your env file in the HTML directory. And that's it. That's pretty much it for today. So other thing is the cleanup. I'm not going to clean up here, but the cleanup, I have the cleanup for you guys here, a cleanup check page, right? So just follow this step. You delete your record set in Route 53. You run this to delete the service. You guys saw me when I just ran them to delete the service. Then you some of the stuff here, delete your worker node, delete your EKS cluster. ECR, you don't have to delete ECR, it's optional. You just leave your image there. Your IAM roles, you don't have to delete them or the policy. So yeah, just follow this and everything is up to date. So after today, right, you are deleting everything in your account, including the VPC we created. You are pretty much clearing your account, everything. So next week we will start. We are pretty much halfway. So now congratulations to you guys because you made it through this point. You've done everything, the deployment. We've deployed our and dynamic application using EC2, using Docker, ECS, now using Kubernetes. So all we have to do now is redo all this project again, but using infrastructure as code. So this is where we get to the automation part. We'll use Terraform to pretty much deploy everything all over again. So next week, we'll start with Terraform by God's grace.
Quick question.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So the migration from the RDS to the EKS will be considered a cloud-to-cloud migration, right?
So we didn't migrate. Oh, you're talking about the connection.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, the connection is still, any application you are running, the connection is still working the same way through that env file. You understand? Through that, you remember in that env file is where our database username and password is located, right?
Yeah.
And remember when we now created the EKS cluster, when we got the security group for the cluster, we now updated the RDS to allow the cluster to have access to it.
Okay.
We allowed in the RDS, security group, we allow the EKS cluster to have access to the RDS. So once those two things are set, your pods can communicate with your RDS instance, just like how the application was working before on an EC2 instance.
So basically, you just created a private connection from the RDS to the EKS. You didn't really do migration.
Exactly. Yeah, there's no migration. The migration I was talking about is just migrating, the one we've been doing, migrating our application into the data, migrating our database into the RDS instance. That's the one I'm talking about.
Okay.
You understand? So there's no migration going on between RDS and EKS. So there's just connection. And the connection is done with the security group and the EMV file that I just showed you.
Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay. So yeah, we're halfway. We've done everything. So everything we did now, we'll now do everything again, but with Terraform. So that's the exciting part. So next week, by God's grace, we'll start with Terraform, and we would I'll say, but the Terraform, I want to probably I'll show you guys. If we have time, we might do EKS, the EKS deployment, but I'll show you guys how to Terraform. So there's Terraform and there's Terraform module. I'll show you guys both. The first one we'll start with is just the regular Terraform, just deploying. Then once we are done with that, on the next Terraform project, I'll show you guys the Terraform module, because you need to know how to use both for your work. So when we do the Terraform module, we'll use that to deploy ECS. But then if we have enough time, I can probably show you guys the EKS one too, how to deploy this entire EKS project with Terraform 100%. That you don't have to touch anything. Everything will be done 100%. Yeah, so that's it for today. I know I'm over again, but thank you guys. If anyone has any question, I'll be more than happy to.
I'm here.
Yeah. So okay. Other than sound that needs troubleshooting, do you guys have any other question?
For Terraform next week, is that good in conjunction with the, like, do you think are we also going to cover cloud formation, or?
No, I'm not teaching cloud formation.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah. So Terraform is what you guys should know, but if we have time, I really see is like there's like the projects that I don't really want to, not that I don't want to do, but I'm trying to show you guys the main things you guys should know, right? So if there's enough time, I don't know. We'll see. We can probably just do one cloud formation project just to show you, but I wasn't part of the plan because a lot of people use Terraform, not cloud formation.
Right. It's more universal, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes. So Azeez.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go to another question with the interview again. Now, you're in the interview and you've been asked, to talk about some of the things you've done, your experience and what's not. So now you give this Kubernetes project that we just did now from start to finished. Will that be, enough meat for the interviewer? Like this whole project we just did right now.
Yes, yes, it is. Right. So again, you guys are not, I'm telling you guys don't say that I did a project. Just talk about your experience.
Yeah, I get that part. I'm just
Yeah,
okay.
so it's enough. Like, right, we just deployed an application using EKS, right? It's the only other thing they can ask you is specifics, like, okay, how did you do this? How did you do that? So they can go in, but your knowledge to deploy an application to EKS, they're not doing anything different than this at work either. The manifest file, you know what? Let me show you guys when AWS is teaching you guys this thing. Let's see, EKS, the deployment. of AWS. Let me see if I can find the documentation for you. Maybe I can even look here. Let me see. The best way to find it is always through this. Okay. Deploy a simple application on Linux EKS, right? So if you read this, so it's still under that EKS documentation, right? If you go through this, you can see they have the prerequisites, right? All the things you need to install, which is kubectl, everything we did. Create namespace, which we did. They give you the manifest file, right? Which I showed you. Create a service, which I showed you, right? And review your application. So there's not much to it than that. I mean, when you are telling somebody that tell them what you are confident doing. You can, if you've done this, it means you can deploy an application in Kubernetes, period. You can always learn more and expand on it, but it is not less because you did it as a project. That's why I don't like you guys. I'm not saying like I don't like you guys, but I'm saying I don't, it's not you guys per se, because some interviewer might say, okay, yeah, you did it as a project. That's why I say I don't, let me not say the word I don't like, but I prefer you guys not say you did it as a project. Just talk about it as if it's your experience. Yes, I can deploy an application in Kubernetes, period. Right? Then you talk about it as if you did it for somebody. Like, yeah, yeah, tell me about your experience. Yes, my last project, my last position, right? I've deployed numerous applications. My specialty is deploying any type of application on AWS. I've deployed several LAMP stack applications that our team use internally for different applications that they are using. And this is the reference architecture. Then you go into explain the reference architecture. VPC with public and private subnet. The private subnet is the VPC is a 3-tier architecture. We have the private subnet and for the app and the database. And this same application, I've deployed it for some teams where they require it to be done using ECS, and I've deployed it for some other teams that requires it to be done in EKS. And this same application I've deployed, when I do my deployment, I pretty much automate everything with Terraform. And you just say like that, that's it. There's no reason to tell them, oh, I did a project when I worked on this. No, that's your experience. Talk about it as if it's your experience. If you can deploy this application, it's the same reference architecture they are using at work. There's nothing different. They may have additional configuration, but what we just did here is not anything small. We did everything by the books. We did everything right, even more than what AWS is showing you in this simple deployment. We are using Secret Manager. There's no part of our application that is exposed to nothing. So it's something you should be proud of. You shouldn't just think of it as, oh, okay, because when you try to tell them that it's a project, they might want to just belittle you. So that's why I'm saying you guys lean more towards saying this is your experience, which is why I'm telling you guys, learn this thing, know it. Once you know it, it don't matter if you've do it for 5 years or 2 years. And if they ask you something that you don't know, just like, yeah, that one I don't know, but I'll definitely add it to my list of things to learn. You know, understand? So you're not going to know it all. But I mean, that's just my own take on it. So when I talk about these things, I talk about it as if it's work I've done in the past, not project I've done. Trust me, it's not lying. It will be lying if you it will be lying if you are saying you know how to do something and you don't know how to do it. But if you know how to do it, if you manipulate how you did it, it's not lying. Trust me. You gotta do what you gotta do to get your opportunity. I told you
And
how I got
if
my first opportunity is I created my own website. I asked my cousin to partner with me, and I used, and he was my manager. And I did the website
reference.
on AWS, and I ran the website on AWS to learn all the projects. And when they asked me, I was like, yeah, I was working for this guy. He was running his own small business, and I did the site for him. And I talked about my knowledge of what I know how to do. You talking about you know how to deploy application in Kubernetes. You are not lying there. Because nobody cares whether you, I mean, no, it doesn't matter whether you did it for Fortune 500 company or
it's the
did
same
it
thing.
for exactly. If you know how to do something, you know how to do it. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys.
And you have to tell them what they want to hear because you have to think about it from a perspective of there are other people they are talking to. So the
Mhm.
person that is
Exactly.
more
Exactly.
enticing that they don't have to stress themselves
Mhm.
over, that's who they are going to lean towards to. So
It's
that's what,
true.
and
It's true.
this is from my experience. Now I know better. So you
It's true.
want to be in control. You want to be confident. They are
Exactly.
listening to your tone. You can be saying the
Exactly.
right thing, but if you do too many they are going to the next person.
Yeah, it's true. They are interviewing multiple people, and I've lost a job that I've lost an opportunity that the guy actually really liked me, and this was a position with Pepsi. And the guy said, "Okay, I have one more. You don't know this yet, but I have one more person. It is this kind of a skill that I kind of need, and there's another guy that I'm interviewing." He was very honest. He was like, "That kind of have the skill. I want to interview him first, then I'll get back to you." And never get back to me. So I know they probably picked the other guy. So it's everything Victor said. You want to sound confident. You want to be sure about what you are saying. And don't talk about, I did 10 projects. Talk about your experience. That's why you are doing the project now, to get the experience. The experience is what you should talk about. Because if you know how to do it, you know how to do it. I'm telling you, there are people that are working. I've given you guys an example of people that have been working in the same position for 20 years, and there's a need now to learn Terraform, but they are reluctant to learn Terraform because they are so used to what they already know. So who has more experience? You that took your time to learn Terraform, or someone that's working in the same position for 20 years that don't know Terraform? So that's why trying to say you did it on a job and this and that, what you guys are doing now is you are paying your dues. Do whatever you need to do to get the experience. And when you get the experience, talk about that experience. That's all I'm saying. Don't talk
And
about project this, project that. Talk about your experience.
follow up
Very
on what you just said is what is happening right now for the Dodge team. Like this Dodge team that you're cutting jobs out. Is this same people that have been there working 20 years? These new graduates, they know, they just graduated with knowing how to use uh, NHN and know AI and ML. They are the ones 17, 16 years old. They are the ones firing people that are 20 years.
Mhm.
But they know the latest skill. And Sergio just laid off everybody. Anyone that didn't know, that was in the IT department doing programming, that didn't know AI and ML, they fired them. If you were not willing to learn it and you don't know it, they replaced you with someone that knew it.
Yeah,
So someone in high school degree is taking someone's experience with 20 years, but he knows the latest technology. And
yeah.
you think he's going to tell them, I was doing this project. No, he will tell them, this is my experience
Mhm.
doing this and this and this and this. And they will take him over someone that has been doing dynamic applications for 20 years.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's it.
So that's the takeaway. You guys talk about your experience. Remember, write this down. Talk about your experience. Don't talk about I did project this, project that. Build your own website. Say you did it for somebody. Just talk about your experience. All you need is a reference. Trust me. But you're not lying, because if you can do something, you can do it. I don't care whether you did it as a project or did it as did it on someone's job. You can do it. What it would be lying if you're just saying you know how to do Kubernetes and you've never even touched anything Kubernetes before. That's what you don't do. But anyway, yeah. But
You'd be surprised sometimes these projects are even more than you doing more on these projects than, because I have like an experience like that with when I first started learning Linux like years ago, and pretty much me mastering the craft of Linux, and then the job I got was like you know, you're just doing basic updates and things like that, patch management, you know, smaller things. So, you know,
yeah,
don't just say that to, don't undermine these projects, and, you know, these are actual
exactly,
experience. It may even be
exactly,
more than, yeah.
exactly.
Exactly correct. Because one thing you have to understand in the real world project, they have IAM specialists, they have Terraform
Exactly.
IIT
Yeah.
specialists, they
Yeah.
have Kubernetes specialists.
Specialist.
But what
Exactly.
you're doing now, you're starting from from ground zero to the end. So you're doing all these special skills all together at once. And now you're going there. You'll be surprised. Let me tell you the truth. I had an interview last week. I've not done any of these projects, but by the time I was talking, they were like, it looks like you know even more than us. I was just laughing at them because I know they've been there, like you've been for 20 years doing one thing. One guy was telling me migration. That's why I asked the migration. He was saying they want to use Azure, and he's talking lift and shift. I said, sir, lift and shift is not Azure. It's AWS. He kept quiet. He kept quiet right there. And this is someone I have to be reporting to. He kept quiet. He said, guess what? He said, give us time. We gave your role to someone, but we're going to create a role for you. And that's, he said, we'll call you back. And that was it. I was like, no problem.
Yeah. So you guys don't undermine the main thing is you're doing the work right now. So doing the project we are doing is not a small project. I mean, you saw it took us like 4 hours just to deploy this thing. And it's like we are not taking any shortcut either. There's no part of this project where we just say, okay, let's just deploy the application in public subnet so it can run and we'll say it's run. And no, we are doing it exactly. I can kid you not. Well, you guys don't even have to take my word for it. Take all the information I've given you with the knowledge check, the agenda, the reference architecture, give it to ChatGPT and tell it if this qualifies as a production deployment, and see what feedback it gives you. So we are not doing anything here that is small or cutting corners. So I'm saying don't undermine it. So when you talk about it as if it's an experience you have. So that's why I said before you get to the interview, just make sure you know. So go through this Kubernetes project. That's why I give you guys here to do this one. Then you do the assignment. Then by the time you do all that stuff and you are confident that you know ins and out of the deployment, trust me, it is your experience. Yeah, Mr. Wright, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, I was asking that question because, you know, some of the interviewers, they can be all over the place, right? They'll go here, oh, this one, that one, that one. So specifically, I'm asking these questions. So when you get to the interview again, you want to talk about the experience that you have, you know, specifically Kubernetes or Terraform. So maybe the interview is for an hour and you're just on this Terraform and going to everything you've done in Terraform with modules, you know, and sending it to GitHub, pushing it to GitHub, all of that. That's why I'm asking the question. So
yeah,
you controlling, you know, the interview so they wouldn't go like, oh, okay, so what have you
exactly,
done with CI/CD? Oh, you know, what have you done
exactly,
here? That's why I'm asking
exactly,
these questions.
exactly. Because I'm glad you said that, because sometimes, many times, when they always start the interview, so tell us about yourself. The way you open the statement and you tell them about your experience, you're definitely right, Mr. Wright, can set the tone for the interview. You can set the direction for the interview, because once you start saying all your experience, now they don't even go to whatever question they've written down. They will just say, okay, yeah, you mentioned that you use Terraform. If they need Terraform, then they'll start asking you, okay, tell me about your Terraform, that deployment you did. So how did you store your state file here? How did you do it? So they would start asking you specific questions to what you already said. So you can really set the tone of the interview by that opening statement, which is why they always give you the floor first to tell them about yourself and your experience. That's your time to shine and pretty much sound confident. Tell them what you know, tell them your experience.
Okay, there's
Not,
another trick to it.
yeah.
I've done so many interviews. I'm not proud to say that, but
No, it's good.
I've learned this new trick. They tell me, they come there, all the interviewers are there sitting, introducing themselves, telling me about the application. When they are done, the head of the interviewer or the head technical person says, tell me about yourself. I give them a 5 minute scripted line about myself. The next question all of them ask for the last 5 is tell me, depending on the role you're coming in, tell me a challenge. They never miss that. Tell me a challenge you have faced in according to that role. If it's IAM, if it's migration, and that is when they just lost the battle right there. I just use that and I'm look at the time. They'll say it's 30 minutes. I look at the time. I have a scripted part, like what you just said, of what you just did all through this day. Like now you've showed us, I'll write a script of what the manual process is. And I'll say, see, on this time, I was working with this last project. We're doing things manually. And we're doing it like how you showed us manual using ECS. Then now we got it to a dynamic application. So now this is what I did to reduce the upload time to deployment. Then I would give them the same thing using EKS, using Terraform. So now I've told them about Terraform. I've told them I have IAM. I've told them about EKS. The only thing they can really, if the only thing they can really do to bust holes is maybe I didn't tell them correctly about those three things, or they can zoom in and say, okay, in this IAM, what did you do to, if it's a governance, general governance of your bringing, or how do you imply the MFA to the IAM our base? You understand? Our back, stuff like that, just to go deeper. But my goal is to finish their time so they don't go deeper.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, all that, yeah, it's true. So you guys can definitely set the tone for your interview. So main thing is just sound confident and but you sound confident by doing the project. Once you do the project, go there with your experience. I don't know it all, but I also say go there with your experience with the foundation work you've done, doing all these things. Then on top of that, also emphasize on the fact that you are a resourceful person. You are someone that is able to take any task and accomplish it in the reasonable amount of time. Yes, I did. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Aziz. Perhaps I may had my experience when I got on the job and doing some of the projects, Aziz project prior to my getting the job. Um, one let me clear this part where, as he said, he didn't like people referring to some of the stuff we've done as project. What he means is you don't say it as you as if you have done it as a personal project, because at work we still do projects, right? But you say it as an experience you have gotten while doing a real world job. And I tell you, most of the things we do at work are not as complex as this, as in they are even simpler. That's what I'm saying. So if you can take your time to go through this project, you will have done more of the things we are doing at work. Okay, so when I got on my job, one of the very first tasks I was given was to win off our application from using Nginx as a reverse proxy to using AWS application load balancer. If I had not done as this project, it may be challenging for me to go on AWS and start creating application load balancer, start figuring out HTTP listener and HTTPS listener, and so in fact, my technology director, the one I report to, was even surprised that AWS, though they know these things, but because it's not their forte, it's not their specialty, they are developers, so they don't concern themselves with those things. So I started telling them that, hey, we can use AWS certificate manager to create certificates instead of you using the open source certificate that you get from SatBot. They were using SatBot, and SatBot we only give them certificate for 6 months, but AWS gives free certificate for a year. And AWS will even rotate
it for you, exactly.
Yeah,
as long as you are using it. Yeah.
Thank you. So I told them that. They were like, oh yeah, like, yeah. So that was one of the first tasks they gave me, and I was confident to do it because I have done these projects where we have created the application load balancer countless times, you know. So it's I mean, the fear may just be that if you are not in the work, in quote, real work environment, you may think, oh, what they are doing is special or is bigger than these projects we have. In fact, this Kubernetes project has opened my eyes to so much because we are not currently using Kubernetes. I've talked about it, but at work, it's like an overkill for
it's
the few
overkill for most
applications.
companies.
Yeah, the
it
few
is.
applications we are running. So we're just
Exactly.
using Docker Swarm, to run Docker containers.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
so it's, but looking at this and going through the project is going to add up to my experience, add to my using network load balancer, things that I've not used, services I've not, and that is what I just want to add. There are, in fact, another thing, let me shock you, that when I got on board the company, you can't imagine that the VPC they were using was a default VPC created, the default VPC that AWS creates for every region. So whoever they had before, who was a developer, only changed some stuff and added route table, public and private. They were using the default CIDR block. And I was like, what is this? They're like, yeah, that's the reason why we got you on board. So those are so I had to create a new VPC, and, do all those things we've done on this project. And, so I'm just kind of just adding to what others have said, that you don't need to say this as a personal project. These are real world work experience. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Ade. I'm telling you guys, we are doing a lot. We are not taking shortcut at all. What we are doing here, there's no shortcut. Don't undermine it. I don't know. Maybe it's because I kind of. Do you guys feel like, because is it the way I teach it or the way I give it? I put everything together and give you guys access to it. Is that why you guys think it is like a?
No, Azeez, it's general. Trust me, it's the same way before. Like I said, from learning Linux at first, as opposed to, so it's just a natural thing of overthinking. Overthinking what you're gonna expect on the job versus.
It's more of perspective too. Perspective, thinking you're learning something basic, and these companies are enterprise solutions.
Exactly.
So you're thinking they're using the best AI ML technology. No, yeah. You'll be surprised. You come in and you're the one make it. When you come in, they'll be like, yeah, I'm the director, but you're going to start the cloud. We've not entered cloud. I've seen positions where they said because I put 5 years, they said you're going to start the whole cloud department for us. I run away.
They don't even exactly. You may come in knowing more than them most time. A lot of
So
I get cold feet and I run so fast. Not that I don't know what to do, but I don't want that kind of burden and responsibility on my shoulders, and I run.
So
So far.
Aziz, I tell you, at my work, I'm the only DevOps engineer, and I work on site. So
well,
no help, nothing, except if I need something from the developers around, I of course we collaborate every time we talk. We, they show me how they deploy their software and all those stuff. So that is, I'm just all by myself.
yeah.
And if not for the projects we have done, and the experience we have gathered through those projects, I would not have the confidence to go on site on by myself in a as the only DevOps engineer and doing stuff. But when I got on board, I saw stuff that I'm like, no, this should not be using one security group for all servers. I'm like, no. This, I started pointing out some of the things they should not be doing, and they're like, oh, okay, it's like this guy knows his onions. So do this project. Interview is another is just another beast on its own. But if you scale the interview and you get on the job, you will see that it's not as complex as we think when we are still interviewing or when we are not yet on the job. Yeah, so there are so many. Yeah, I mean, I can share my experience. I won't leave here.
Yeah, that's assuring. That's very assuring. Glad that you have someone that's in the field as well. It kind of like proves earlier, because like I said, I used that analogy for when I was going into like Linux administration. So it's good to know that the same thing applies in here.
So that's it. Like talk about it as is what you are getting here is an experience. You are doing project to get an experience. That is it. It's the experience that matter, which is why you're doing the project, and I'm also giving you guys an assignment on top of it. So that's your opportunity. That's the work that comes for you in this whole space to do what you have to do to get the experience. So I think between the project and the assignment and the way I've structured the assignment, you should have the experience. If you followed everything the way I asked you to follow it, you'll get the experience. And once you have the experience, that's it. It's yours. Take it to the interview, speak of it as if it's an experience, not I did one project this, I did another project that. No, I worked for this person managing. Say you worked for me. I'll give you reference. But I'm only going to give you reference if you know what you are talking about, if I know you know what you are doing. It's not lying, trust me.
Aziz,
Anyway.
can I add this? Probably
Sure.
to benefit one person.
Sure.
Because when I got on board, I started hearing database migration. Before I got the job, of course, I knew about cloud migration, how, moving from on-premise to cloud or, between clouds, Azure and AWS. But database migration, it's not like cloud migration. So that, because I've heard people ask questions, especially when we are saying we are migrating data into RDS. They might be thinking about cloud migration, but the difference is this, or the clarification is this: database migration is anything you do on database that changes the schema of the database. You are migrating. So at the very point when we create our RDS and we do all those things on the console, we created a blank database with nothing on it. So that is a schema. So now when you now run all those SQL queries and data were moved and tables were created, you are doing a database migration. You are changing the former state of the database with no table, with no data in the table, a blank database, into a database that has tables and data in those tables, and that is what is called database migration. So it's kind of different. So because when I got on board and my developers are like, we're going to run database migration, in my mind I'll be like, migration, what kind of migration are they doing? Cloud migration from where to where? Where is the on-premise? Where is the cloud? So but I just had to learn that. And
so in cloud migration, just to add to that, right? In cloud migration, the database migration part is just one aspect of it. So, and what I mean by that is, let's say you are doing a migration where they have an application that is running in WordPress, for example, right? You have to first find a way to extract the application code. That is one part. So you have your code, then whatever the database the application is running on, you get the SQL file. That is another part, right? Then, so what I'm saying is like with cloud migration, there will be different pieces you would have to configure. So you will have to move the application, configure it, whether you are using EC2 or ECS, then the data you would have to configure the data to the database, whatever the SQL file, do the migration. So you can do the migration to RDS or whatever you guys choose to use. So funny enough, when they ask me about cloud migration, that's what I always say. I always say and funny enough, the only time I've done cloud migration, that's what I did. My company at the time, they wanted me to pretty much move their WordPress site to AWS, not using WordPress platform, but hosting the application itself on an EC2. So that's pretty much what I did.
So basically, you're just saying you're explaining the ETL, extract, transform, and load in their environment from one environment to another.
Yeah, pretty much. But that's for database, then the application, you still gotta do the application deployment the same way we did the application on EC2. So or ECS, the same way we've been doing the deployment based on whatever application you are trying to deploy.
Right.
So yeah, so that's pretty much it. Anyway, we're over time. I gotta go, but I need to help Mr. Larry before I go. So it's just a bit, Mr. Larry, I'll look at your stuff. But anyone, you guys can feel free to drop. Thank you guys.
Thank
It
you.
was an awesome day. Another good work. Remember, we are going to delete everything from our account, including the VPC, because starting next week, we are going to install Terraform. And in the email that I sent to you guys, in that video, there's an instruction on how to install Terraform there. So make sure you have Terraform installed on your computer, ready to go. And next week, we'll just start deploying this whole thing again. We'll start with the dynamic EC2. We'll deploy that 100% with Terraform. This time I'll show you guys how to deploy 100% with Terraform. Like literally there will be no parts of it where we would have to touch anything. Then we'll the Terraform module, we'll do ECS. If we have enough time, we'll do Kubernetes. Then yes, Gideon, we are going to do CI/CD after that. So once we are done with Terraform, the last part, not the last part, but yeah, we'll do CI/CD. Then we might do one Ansible and one Python, simple one, and we should be done.
What tool are you using for the CI/CD? Jenkins.
GitHub Actions.
GitHub. Nice.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No
I
problem.
appreciate it.
No problem.
Azeez, I did send you a message just now. If you could just have a look. That's where was our last meeting.
On Slack. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
It
No
is
problem.
well, but I didn't get any response yet.
Sir?
I said I did send a message to on Slack, but I haven't gotten any response.
Okay. I respond yesterday. I'm not sure what happened. Oh, okay. Some of you guys haven't been getting. Can you please on that our cohort thing? Can you guys start a thread there and just the people that are not getting the email? Can you please add your email there? So just start a thread there and add your email. So that way I can see it and I'll try to add you guys. But I will send you the link. Let me just send you the link now to the thing, to the course material. Yeah, this is the link to this project that has all the reference files and everything you need. Yeah, I'm not sure why some of you guys are not getting it, because if you've received it in the past, the same way I sent it before is the same way I'm sending it now. So I'm not sure what's happening, but I'll look into it. It could be because I do like a batch send. Maybe the email is dropping some of it. Who knows? All right. But anyway, thank you guys. You guys have a good weekend. If you guys don't want to stay, the ones that don't want to stay, you don't have to stay. So Mr.
Thank you
Harry,
for
can you share your screen, please? I have maybe like another 20 minutes, then I'll be look at it to see what's going on. Are you still here? Mr. Larry?
Well, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Whilst you're trying to get ready for it, let me ask this question. We
Sure.
just talked about it, but I just want to ask, um, maybe before we end, would you just do anything with cloud migration and data migration? Just here whilst we're, on this entire thing that we're doing. Maybe not today, now, just say before we end all of this class.
Yeah, I'll see. But the thing about cloud migration is we need to, where are we migrating from? We don't have an on-premises area. But
Oh,
I can do like a research on it, how we can do it, simulate the same thing without.
You can
Yeah.
do a cloud to cloud AWS. It's just that
Yeah. Then
it usually
we will
is
have to
from
learn
one
Azure.
cloud to another. Yeah.
Yeah, then so it's like it's kind of like yeah, we would have to, that's like a whole new, yeah. But I'll do a quick research on it. I'll see what we can do that will count as a, but I'm just
just for
like
that, experience. That's why I'm asking the question, the cloud migration and the data migration. I know that's from on-premise, to the cloud, but maybe, just
yeah.
I've sent you a request to share the link. So.
Okay. All right. I'll accept it. Are you sharing it?
Next one, sir. Okay. Can you see it now?
Not yet. No, I can't say anything.
They coming now?
Mm, no, I can. Yeah, starting now. Just give it a second. Okay. I see something sharing, but it's kind of like it's loading slow. It could be because you're sharing your Zoom thing, maybe just your computer's capacity thing, because it looks like it's loading very slow. Yeah, so you might be having issue with your computer with sometimes it's like you just probably have to set it. Sometimes when you are sharing on Zoom, it slows it down even some more. So I'm going to stop recording.
Is there any way you can reach back to me any time during the week, or
Yeah,
if
sure.
it's tomorrow, that's fine.
Yeah, I can try tomorrow. I can try tomorrow or sometime during the week. Yeah, but we can. I can try tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, for
Now,
sure.
please just let me know when.
Okay. So, but in the meantime, send me screenshots of what you're having
Okay.
issue with, so
Okay.
I can kind of maybe I can give you like pointers from that
Okay.
angle.
Okay.
So
Where do you want me to send it to?
on Slack.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Or you can send it to me. If you feel comfortable, you can post it with the group. If not in the group,
Yeah,
I only say that is because in case if I don't get to it on time, some other people
that's fine. I can put it in the
answer
group,
it.
but the only group I'm seeing here now is the DevOps something group, but I don't see the cohort group.
Okay, let me add you to it. What's going on with all this? I think you are in it. You just probably have to look for it because I pretty much added everyone.
Let's see that.
What's your name on Slack? Unless if you are using a different name. Okay, I think I just added you. You are not Adewumi, right?
No.
Okay. All right, I just added you. I wonder how Mr. Taufik is doing. I just saw his page now on Slack. Hopefully he's doing well. Okay, I just add you there so you can.
Okay, I will check and send you.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. It was a good day.
Wonderful
Next
day.
week, we are going to start the exciting thing, Terraform. It's going to be fun.
Thanks, Azeez.
You guys will get a break from all this manual deployment, things not working your way. At least with Terraform, it's very easy to troubleshoot. So we won't have to do all this manual stuff we've been doing. So thank you.
Awesome. Have a great week. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you. Bye.